So hi guys, welcome to your favorite channel, Absolute Beginners Coding. So in this video we're gonna be learning HTML for the absolute beginners. Okay, let's start it. So I think this is the maximum size I can do right here. HTML. So what do you know about HTML? So HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language. Okay, so this is what the HTML stands for, and so you can see that it's a text markup language. So HTML don't have an alternative. So for a programming language there are like many alternatives. You can use Java, you can use Python, you can use C#, and you can use whatever you want. But for the hypertext markup language there is like only one programming language. I mean, it's not a programming language, it's a markup language, which is HTML. So there's no alternative for this. Why do you actually want to learn the HTML? The reason why you want to learn HTML is that if you're opening a browser and you see all these letters, tables, columns, the size of the text, everything is done by using HTML. So without HTML there will be no web pages. So how do you write a HTML code? For basic HTML code for the learning purposes, you can actually use Notepad and you can save the file in HTML format, and you can open it and it will use a browser to open the HTML file. So HTML runs on a browser. So it might be any browser, it might be a Chrome, it might be a Firefox, it might be a Opera, Brave, or any browser which can run any internet stuffs can actually run on HTML. So HTML is a hypertext markup language, which is an essential one that everyone should know if you want to become a UI developer or a UX designer. You want to know HTML. So HTML is basically the letters, the formats, the size, the tables that you see in a web browser. But there is also another thing, which is a cascading style sheet, which is CSS, which will give you the colors, the style, as the name suggests, to the HTML elements. So HTML and CSS are like siblings. They both rely on each other, but HTML could also be done and it can be displayed without CSS, but CSS cannot be done without HTML. So CSS is actually relied on HTML, but they are both like siblings, they need each other. So this video is for the people who have no clue about HTML and they have decided to learn HTML. So if you're someone who doesn't know what a HTML is, but I want to learn HTML but I have no clue, so this is the right video for you. At the end of this video, you might be a person who actually who's a king in HTML. Yeah, I'm giving the word for you. But this is a real-time video which I am recording and doing the live right now. So I'm not gonna edit this video, so I'm gonna leave it as it is after the live ends. So feel free to skip whenever there is a blank video, wherever there is a break that appears on a video, you skip it, because I'm doing it in a real time right now. So if you want to go to break, if you want to use the restroom, I'm gonna type the break on the notepad, and if you see break on my screen, you skip it, you skip to the reading part. So this will be the real-time videos which will help you to learn by watching the video. I don't want to skip and edit it, so I'm going to leave it as it is. So I hope I have made everything clear. So what do you want to know? So if you're a person who have decided to learn HTML, what are the things you need? The first of all, you need a notepad, because it's a basic training right now, so I'm not gonna use any text editor or IDE right now. So it's gonna be the notepad, and you need a browser. Every computer has a browser. I think you can also learn HTML by using your mobile as well, because a lot of mobile actually supports notepad right now. If your mobile supports saving of HTML file, you can save it and you can open it on the browser, and you can see your work on the browser. You can see your document on the browser. But most of the people, I don't think so. You might be working on mobile, but everyone does have a mobile, right? If you're a student who is staying away from your home, you don't have a laptop or any computer, you can actually practice the HTML in your mobile as well. You can download the Notepad app from the App Store or Play Store. If you're using an Android or iPhone, probably there should be a Notepad, and make sure that your Notepad allows you to save the file in HTML. If it allows you to save the file in HTML, then you can listen to this tutorial and work on your mobile as well. If you're using your iPad, I guess it allows Notepad and saving of HTML. If you're watching on computer, then it's cool. You can work on it. So what you need to know, you need to have a Notepad and a web browser for this tutorial. Notepad might be any company's Notepad, and browser is any browser, because pretty much every browser runs on HTML5, an upgraded one right now. Every computer actually supports a browser, and every browser supports HTML5 and later version. So Notepad and a browser is the two only things you need to learn this HTML. Okay, this is for the absolute beginners. That's the reason I'm giving a lot of details to each and everything, because this is not for the people who already have some idea about HTML, who is like intermediate. This is for the people who have no clue about HTML, for the absolute beginners. So that's the reason I'm giving everything in a very detailed manner. So let's start learning HTML. So make sure to leave a like and follow my page in Facebook if you're watching this video on Facebook, and if you're watching this video on YouTube, make sure to subscribe and turn on the notification bar right there. If you're watching this on Twitch, make sure to subscribe or follow on Twitch. So you can do it on all the platforms if you wish. And we do also have an Instagram page as well. And so these are the 4 platforms that I'm in. So the name of the channels are Absolute Beginners Coding. So good for me. Nobody have picked it up on the Facebook or Instagram or Twitch or YouTube. So everything goes with the same name. I think you can see the hover board right now in the bottom of the screen. You can also use that. So let's start learning the HTML. Okay, so the basics of HTML. So what are the basics that you should need to know? So HTML runs on the web browser, so it is responsible for the web pages that you're looking into a website. It might be any page of any website. It runs on HTML. So we're gonna categorize the page. So we'll be having a page header. We'll be having a page body. So these are the very 2 things that you need to know for a HTML. So what else should be there inside a header? The title, and title will be inside the head, and the other thing is the subtitles, something like that. And what should be there inside a body? Paragraph, tables, and any other lines, images, videos. What else? that's it, right? Pretty much this is all the things inside a page. So first of all, that's a beginning to everything. So how to turn your notepad into a HTML document? So to do that, do one thing. So use these brackets, and inside it, so this is the thing that you should know. These are the brackets which will convert your normal words into a HTML elements. So this is the brackets that you should use for HTML. You remember that it's created by the creator of this HTML. And so how to create a HTML, how to turn your normal notepad into HTML? So this is the thing. So you have to use this brackets, and instead use an apostrophe mark and write DOCTYPE in capital, DOCTYPE, which means document type. So DOCTYPE, and in small it is HTML. Okay, so now we have turned our page into a HTML. Now what else we can do is, everything should be inside a HTML. So every HTML document should have this, which will turn your normal notepad page into a HTML, and every HTML element should run inside the HTML tag. So it starts with HTML inside a bracket, and it ends with \HTML. So everything will be between this. And how to add a command in HTML? So the same, you need to have the two brackets, and you should actually use a apostrophe and double hyphen, and it should also end with double hyphen, which means this is a comment and it will not be displayed on your web page. Okay, so everything is inside the HTML right now, right? So let's like give a lot of space bars so that we can peacefully work inside it. So now what we have to do, so we have to create a header, right? So the rules are simple. Inside two brackets, write head, which defines that this is a header, and the same applies for the head as well. So it starts with the head and ends with a \head. Okay, that's great. So every head should have a title. So write the title. So whatever it is inside the title will not be displayed on the page. This is for our reference. The title might be absolute beginners coding. So this will not be displayed on your browser. This is for our understanding. So what to do if I want something to display on the browser? You can simply write it. You can simply write absolute beginners coding without any prefix or suffix. It will be simply displayed. You can simply type, it will be displayed because it's inside the HTML, right? You need not to add the title or head, anything. It will be displayed. But if you want to change the size, or if you want to turn the color of this letters or words, if you want to change the font, if you want to have a background, then you should probably add something in front that will change the, it will help us to change the color, background, or anything, or font size. So but you can type simply. You can type like this, like absolute beginners coding. It will be showed in the browser. Okay, so for each and every step, if I show it on the browser, you'll be have a idea. So what I gonna do is, I'm gonna save the file as a HTML file. So I'm going to save it with HTML or HTML, both is fine. Okay, you can save it as a HTML.html file or .html file. it will recognize as a HTML file. So I'm saving in driver E in my folder right there. So I'm going to save this file. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open this file right now. Okay, so here's our HTML file right here. If I open it, you can see it is displaying absolute beginners coding. So as I said before, you can actually type it as it is. You do not to have any prefix or suffix, and it will be displayed as it is. You cannot change anything because there is no prefix or suffix. And as I said before, this title is for our reference, so it will not be displayed on the web page. Okay, so the other thing you have to know is there are like some default font sizes in HTML, which are H1. This is the biggest size, and it should end with the backslash. And let me like type absolute beginners coding. So this will be the biggest size, and what I can do is I can actually copy it and I can paste it here, and here comes the H2. This will be like slightly smaller than the H1. The font size will be smaller than the H1, and you can also add H3, H4, H5 and H6. It's like only up to H6, so you can change like H3, H4, H5, H6, and should end with backslash H3. Same for here, same goes here, and the same goes here. So these are the like quick 6 sizes that you can actually use in your HTML document. So I'm going to save this file by clicking on Ctrl S, and I'm opening my folder and I'm clicking on my file, and here you can see that absolute beginners coding is like on the H1 size, which is like very big, you can see. And so what is here is this one. So the H1 is the biggest size here, and the H2 is here, which is slightly smaller than the H1, and this is H3, this is H4, this is H5, this is H6. So these are some quick changes to your font size, but there is also like multiple option available to change your font sizes, but these are like some quick thing that you should need to know. It can be used in both the body and at the head. It can be utilized anywhere. It can work, it will work. So this is the first thing that you have to remember. And okay, so we have learned about how to create a HTML file, and how to add a head, how to add a title, how to add like H1, H2, H3, H4, H5 and H6 different font sizes. Okay, let's move on right now. So let's move to the body. So we haven't created a body right now at this point. So after a head comes the body. So everything goes within this bracket, you remember it. So this is a body. It starts with the body and ends with a backslash body. Okay, so which means that we are telling the HTML file that this is the body of the document, and within the body we can add paragraph. It will go with the letter P and ends with a backslash P, which means that we are gonna write a paragraph. So I'm gonna write a paragraph. Okay, let me write it like this: the absolute beginners coding is a uh, free online computer coaching service for the beginners who wants to learn coding for free. So this is the thing you have to remember. So this is an example which is a paragraph, and what else you can add? You can add a as well. So what does a means? A does not mean anything, but it will be helpful in many ways to change the color, to change the size, to change the font, to change the background. So even inside the a you can actually have the same. That doesn't mean anything. You can have it like this. So this is a. So, and you cannot add whatever alphabets that you want instead of a. You should actually use a. You cannot use B or C, it will not recognize. That's what I know. So now let's save it and let's see, and let's open the document. Like you can see it here. So this is the paragraph, right? So we can see it, and this is within the a, so does not have any difference. But you can see the thickness of the words inside the body and the words inside the heading. So basically what HTML does is it will give a thicker like a bold to the fonts inside the head than the fonts inside a body. But you can also change the fonts inside a body into bold by using bold option, but naturally whatever the words we are giving inside a head will be in a bold format, and whatever we are giving inside a body will be in a slightly normal format. So this is something that you have to learn right now. So these are some basics. So we are about to begin learning the HTML right now. So let me give you a recap of what we have learned. So what does doctype HTML means? So it's a declaration that we are telling the HTML file that this is a HTML file. We are telling the notepad that this is a HTML5 document actually. And what's the HTML element actually tells you, which is this is a HTML element of the HTML page. So what we're going to type inside is HTML. So this will convert the normal document into a HTML document, and this will allow the HTML element to function. So both are different things. This will turn the normal document into HTML document, and this will turn the elements that what you are giving, which is a HTML element. Okay, so what does head means? It contains meta information about the HTML page. So it contains the head information, and title specifies that title for the page HTML, and h1, h2, h3, h4, h5, h6 are the different font sizes, that are quick font sizes. h1 is the largest and h6 is the smallest. So body defines the document's body. This is here, and P refers to the paragraph, and A refers to that something is there. It doesn't have any meaning, but by using A we can change the color of the letter, the font sizes, everything. That's why we use A. And one more thing I wanted to tell you. So how to give a line break, how to make the line to skip the paragraph and go to the next line, or skip the present line and go to the next line. Since it's P and this is A, it will consider the A as the next line or next paragraph. If you want to break the line like here, so I can give BR, so which means that this will come in the next line. Even though without the BR, if you are entering it in the next line, it will not consider as a next line. Let me like save it and open the document. And okay, I'm opening the document. You can see, even though after the coaching service I have entered to the next line, still it's in the same line. So you have to use BR so that it will store that in the mind that I should make the next line to come to the next word come to the next line. So now you can see after the service for the beginners who wants to learn coding for free is in the next line. So even if they are in the same line, if you are giving line break, which is BR, it will consider this in the next line. You can open it and see it. You can see, even though the HTML document, the for is here, now in the page you can see the for is in the next line because we have given the BR. This is the line break. You have to know it. So let's move on right now. So before moving on, let me give you a little information. Regarding the HTML birth. So in the year 1989, Mr. Tim Berners-Lee invented www, which means World Wide Web, the birth of a URL. And in 1991, the same person, Tim Berners-Lee, invented HTML. He's the one who have invented the HTML. And in 1993, Dave Raggett actually improved HTML to HTML+, and in the year 1995, the couple of employees who are working on the HTML improved the HTML to HTML2, and in the year 1997, the HTML 3.2 was invented, and in the year 1999, HTML 4th version has been invented. And in the year 2000, again another XHTML has been invented. And in the year 2008, HTML5, a service like a beta or like an alpha, like you can say the public draft of HTML5 has been released. Not the final version, it's a draft version. And in the year 2012, the HTML was released. And in 2016, HTML 5.1 has been released, and in 2017 we were using HTML 5.1.2, which is the second edition of the 5.1, and in the same year the HTML 5.2 has been released. So we are using HTML 5.2 from then to now because there is nothing more to improve in the HTML, which it is just a markup language, right? So there is nothing that you can invent further. So from then to now we are using HTML 5.2. So every browser runs on HTML5. It can run actually. So let's move on right now. So let us see furthermore. Okay, let's go inside the body right now. So right now I will tell you like how to add a link to a HTML document. Okay. So which means this is a comment. It will not be shown on the page. How to add a link in a HTML document. Okay, so how to add a link in a HTML document? Let's see that. Now, since we are inside a body, let's add a. Okay, now let's see. Let's say apple.com, apple. So we are adding an apple. So what we can do is we can go inside the a and we can type href equal to double quotes or single quotes, anything is recognized the same. Write the complete URL, https://www.apple.com, which means it's a apples.com, right? So what happens is this will make the word apple into a clickable link which will take us to the apple.com. So that's the reason we are using this href inside the a. You can also do it on the p as well, both are fine, but mostly people use a. Okay, let's save it and open the document. Okay, you can see that the apple is next to the previous line because we haven't given a line break. I'm gonna give a line break here. Okay, I think everything will be fine. So you can see apple is in the next line and it has turned into a clickable link with an underline. Okay, I'm clicking on it, so it is taking me to the apple.com, the URL. So this is the apple.com right there. So this is how you can add a link to a HTML document. So you can add a, and within the a you can type href equal to single quotes or double quotes, both are workable, both will work, and you can turn the thing like this. You can also do it on the single quotes. Let me show you, and you can use how much you can use so many times the a or p or br. There is no limit in that. Okay, let me turn into a single quotes and it will work. And let me give a line break here. Let me save the document. So now this is in a single quotes, right? It will work. You can see it's the same clickable link and it's showing the apple.com, because it doesn't matter, you can use single quotes or double quotes, whatever you want. So let's move on. So now let me show you how to add an image. How to add an image in a HTML document. This is a comment, so it will not be displayed on the page. So what you can do is you can simply type img inside the brackets, and what you can do is you can go inside it and you can add the source from where you're gonna add the image. Again, it doesn't mind you're using single quotes or double quotes. I'm going to use the double quotes. So image source src. Inside this, what I can do is I can save an image. I have done it already, but for your understanding I'm going to do it once again. I'm going inside a web page. What I'm going to do is I'm going to find a png image, apple png. So these are actual apples popping up. So I'm going to click on this apple, which is a png image. I'm going to click on save image as. So within my document, document apple website inside the drive D, I'm going to click apple dot png. Okay, let's save it. So it has been saved right now. So what I can do is I can simply type apple.png. Will it work? Okay, to know that, I want you to check it out. So we didn't specify the location, we have just typed apple.png, but it's in our local file. Let's see whether it's gonna pick it or not. So it didn't pick it. The reason is you have to specify the drive location. So it's inside the drive D, inside the Apple's website, and it's here, apple.png, right? It's just an apple. It's actually here. This is another apple. Oh, it's here actually. So what I need to do is I should copy this and I should add in front of this. Oh, actually the file didn't get copied, so let me like copy this again and I'm pasting it. So inside the drive D, inside the folder Apple website, and it is there actually, apple.png. So now let's see whether it's gonna work or not. And going back, okay, it's working. So what you have to do is you have to specify the complete local drives location. But if the file of this picture is inside the folder which contains this HTML document, we need not to write all this. We have to write simply, I mean, Apple is enough. Apple is fine. Writing Apple is fine. Okay, let me like show you that as well. To do that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy the Apple, which is in folder D inside Apple website. This is the Apple, right? I'm going to copy it and I'm going to save it inside the folder which has our project file. Our project file is inside I think it's inside drive E, ABC HTML tutorial. So this is the folder which has our file HTML tutorial king. So inside the folder which contains my file of this HTML document, I'm going to save the Apple image. So now what I can do is let me like do it like this. I'm going to use the same technique, but I'm going to delete all the drive information because I didn't move it. I'm actually copying it. So there's like two apples right now. So the first picture Apple is in the drive D, and inside the Apple website folder the file Apple is there. But right now this Apple is inside a folder where our HTML file is located, and it's a PNG file. So I have mentioned PNG. If it's a JPEG file, you have to mention the same. So I'm going to save this file right now, and I'm going to open the document, HTML document. So you can see the file HTML king and the picture Apple are inside the same folder, which is ABC HTML tutorial. Let me open this. You can see two apples right now. This Apple is in the drive D. This Apple is in a drive E inside the folder which has our HTML file. So this is how you can locate the image from your local folder. You can also locate it from another website directly. So to do that, let me show you. So I have already copied this image from the website, right? So instead of copying the image, I'm directly copying the link. So I'm giving like copy image link. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use it right now. This is the image link, which is a huge one right there. So I'm gonna copy this and paste it, and copy this, and I'm gonna paste it, which means I'm gonna use the URL link directly to my website rather than copying it and saving it in my local folder, local file. It will work, I guess. Let me check it out. So you can see the actual size of the apple directly from the website has been used here. So here we have actually copied the apple and we have saved it in our local drives and we have used it. But right here, this apple is not saved in our local directory. We are just using the link from the previous website, which is this website. We have directly using the apple's link. So that has been shown down. Okay, so let me like teach you another thing, how to change the size of this image. Okay, to do that, in the same image folder, after the source, please give a little space and type height, HEIGHT height, and equal to inside double quotes or single quotes. You can type the percentage or pixel for the size. I'm gonna give 100 pixel, and I'm gonna give another space and I'm gonna type width, WIDTH, equal to, and inside double quotes you can use either one, double or single quotes, that's your wish, 100 pixels. So I'm going to do it for the another one as well, which is below, because that's apple is like really huge. So I'm going to come here. So after the double quotes, I'm going to save the same, and I'm going to save the file, and right now I'm going to open it. So you can see the big apple, which is from the URL, is now 100 pixel, and another apple which is from our folder is 100 pixel, but the previous apple from the drive D is in the same previous size. We can also turn that into 100 pixels height and width as well. So let me like do it right now. So this is here, and okay, now I'm going to save the same, open the file. You can see all the three apples are here. So you can use a line break for the apples to come to the next line. So I'm gonna give B off for that. And save the folder, the file, and I'm going to open it. So you can see all the apple are in the next line. So that's how to use this. So what happens if the file is not in the destination? As you see earlier, there will be like just a image icon, image symbol instead of the actual image. So what happens, we have to tell the user that there should be an image here. For that, what you have to do is, after the height and width, you can type ALT, which means alternative, and you can give equal to and double quotes or single quotes, it's your wish. I'm gonna tell apple. An apple should be here. An apple image should be here. I'm gonna save it. Since the apple image is working, it will not be shown. So you can see the apple is working, right? So an apple should be shown. Alternative wordings are not shown since the destination file is working. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the wrong destination so that you can see the image alternative. So let me go to the top. Okay, so this is the drive, right? I'm gonna give it as C, so it's in a wrong file right now. Now what happens is, since the image is not in the source file, it will show an alternative text, which is an apple should be here. So let me save this file and let's open it. You can see that an image icon is shown and an apple image should be here, wordings are here, because it's an alternative if the image is not there in the destination. I want to change it back to D, so the image will work right now. Right. So let's move on to the next topic right now. So now we're gonna learn about different types of URL. Okay, so there are like two URLs which are like absolute URL and relative URL. So let me like tell you the same. So let's see about absolute URLs. Okay, so which means it's a command and it will not be shown on the web page. Okay, so what's an absolute URL? What we have used here, this is an absolute URL. Okay, let me see another example. So as we have seen, image, and within image, source, and inside the source we are using the URL, which is https:// www.apple.com, which means it's an apple.com. This is an example of an absolute URL, and you need not to use image for this. If you want, we can use a clickable image. So what happens in an absolute URL is you can actually use directly the link. That's the absolute URL. So link to an external image that is hosted on another website, example like source http www. What we have used earlier. So what is an absolute URL is something that we are using directly from the web, like this image. So let me show an example for you to use an absolute URL. So what absolute URL is, you are using the image and the source is directly from the URL. So we are using the Apple, right? And this Apple is directly from a website, and we are using the, okay, let's visit a website. So this is a website, right? So in this website different fruits are given. So let's use like a banana or apple or strawberry. Okay, let me use the apple, a basket of apple. I'm directly using this link. I'm not copying the image and storing it in my local file. So I'm going to the HTML document, and in image, in source, I'm directly using the URL. This is what is an absolute URL. So the image might be like pretty big. I'm gonna change the height and width like 300 pixels. Okay, so I'm gonna save it. So I didn't copy this image and save it in my local drive. I'm actually using it directly from the URL. So that is called as an absolute URL. So I'm using this image. It is not stored in my local drive. This is directly being used from the website of the copyright owner. So this is the absolute URL. So now let's see what's a relative URL. So what's a relative URL? Links to an image that is hosted within the website. Here the URL does not include the domain name. If the URL begins without a slash, it will be related to the current page. If the URL begins with a slash, it will be related to the domain. So basically the relative URL is the image which we are storing it in our local drive. So we have seen the example, right? So let's say image, and the source will be our image which we are using it from our local drive, like the Apple. And let's change the height and width. Okay, so this is the relative URL. We are using it from our local drive, right? That's the relative URL. Okay, so now this Apple is in our storage device. So this is a relative URL, and this is from an actual another website. We are just using the URL, and we are not having the same image inside our storage. So this is an absolute URL. Okay, let's close it. Let's move on to the next topic right now. So let us see about the style, how to use style inside a HTML. What are the ways to use it? Okay, so now this page is in English. How to tell that HTML that we are using a page which is in the language English? Let's see that. So inside this HTML element, we're gonna give a space. We're gonna type lang, which is equal to double quotes or single quotes, which is English, EN. That's the term right there. So which will tell the HTML document that this command is in English. So you can also use some other languages here. Instead of English, you can use French, you can use Spanish, you can use Mandarin, Japanese, anything might be there. But the element should be in English because it has been found by the American. Probably if you want to run your HTML without error, you just want to know that these elements should be in English, because it is found by an Englishman and he's gonna keep it in English, right? But these wordings might be anything, might be French, it might be Spanish and anything, but this command should be in English. For instance, let me tell you, let me copy something in another language so that you can understand what I'm trying to say. I'm going to a browser right now. So let me say apple in Japanese. Okay, so this is what apple in Japanese is. What I'm trying to do is I'm copying this. I'm gonna use it anywhere. Okay, let me write a. Okay, I'm typing apple in Japanese is that this. Okay, now it will run. You can see it here. Because HTML allows any languages, it doesn't mean whatever language you use, it doesn't care. But the command should be in English since it has been found by the American. The A, the body, it should be in English. It should not be in Japanese, it will not work. So that's the reason if the content is in English, you can mention it that is an English content inside the HTML element. The lang is English. If it's Japanese content, you can type JA, which means Japanese, but it's in English, so I'm going to type it EN and save it. This is how to save your language. And even if the English is like US English or UK English, you can mention it. If it is an US English, you can mention US. Okay, let's move on. So we have seen how to use a image from our own folder or from the source folder, which is a relative URL or alternative absolute URL or relative URL, right? Absolute URL is from the URL website and relative URL is from our storage. So let's see how to use a link, and we have seen it earlier, I guess so. So how to use a link? Using a link, we have seen it. I'm gonna tell it to you once again. Okay, Apple, and we can use href. We should write the complete URL, and we can save it. We can save it. I'm gonna give a line break, and this is how to use a link. Okay, you can see Apple here, and if you click on it, it will take us to an Apple website. Great. Let's move on. I'll give some lot of spaces inside the body so that we can work peacefully. Great. So far we have learned about little things like different sizes, how to use an image from different sources. Well, let's dive into something deep right now. So how to add a paragraph, we have seen it. How to add a line break. So we have seen how to give a line break, which is we can give BR, but if you want to divide the line, what we can do is we can give HR, which will actually give a horizontal line. I'm going to use it here as well. So HR gives you a horizontal line. So let's save it and see that. So you can see a line, right? So it is actually nice to see like this. So it has been divided. The page has been divided. So you can use HR to draw a horizontal line. So let's move on. So in case if you're writing a poem, what you can use pre. So inside this you can actually write a poem, and I'm not writing a poem, I'm just giving you an example. An apple lady keeps the doctor away, and an apple is a tasty and healthy fruit for everyone to eat. So I'm doing dots here, going to the next line. Next, banana is a affordable fruit with lot of nutritious facts. Okay, this is an example of poem, how to write a poem inside an HTML. So let's see what happens. So you can see that the poem, that what I have typed inside the pre is actually like what I have typed. So you might know that in an HTML document, for each and every line you have to enter BR, right? But I haven't used BR after away in my original HTML document, and I haven't used BR after the fruit in my original HTML document, and I haven't used BR after eat, but it actually accepts whatever I typed as it is. So that's the reason we are using pre to type a poem. So you can see I didn't use BR here, I didn't use BR here, I didn't use BR here, I didn't use BR here and here as well, but it actually identified this as a poem, and it has changed the font size, it has changed the font format, and it actually changed the line break and everything, like whatever I have typed. So you can see the font, this and this are different, because since it's a poem font, it will be like this. So this is how to use a poem in HTML. You can use PRE. So you know to use the PR for the line break inside a poem. Okay, let's move on. So now let's see the styling in HTML document right now. So how to do a styling? So the pre is for a poem, and the style is right now. Okay, so there are like three ways how to add a style inside a HTML. The first one is inline style. That's what I'm gonna show it to you right now. So we are inside a body right now, so I'm gonna type I'm gonna write something here. Apple is an amazing fruit. Okay, so This is what we have typed. So if I save it and see it on the web page, it's just a blank black letters. So there's no change in size, there's no change in font, there's no change in color. It's a simple HTML fonts, words, HTML words, and normal HTML words. So how to change the color of this? So I will tell it to you right now. So go here and type style. I mean, it should be in small letters. Style equal to single quotes or double quotes. I'm going to use the double quotes, and I'm going to use color. Since it's an American who found this, every word should be in an American letters, right? Color is spelled in USA is COLOR, and in UK COLOUR. You should not use it for the element COLOUR. You can use it inside the words, but not inside an element. Since it's a command, it should be COLOR and not COLOUR. You have to know American words, letters for a software developer. That is the mandatory thing you should know, because everything has been found by American, I guess. So most of the software things, if you're typing, if you want to be a software developer, you should know the spelling of the words in English in an American way. That's a must. So if I write like COLOUR, it will not work. It will show an error, because the command which has been given to us is COLOR. Okay, that's fine. I guess you guys got it right. Okay, so after this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give a colon, and I'm going to mention the color. If you know the color name, you can actually type it red red. So what happens is it will change the color of this words into red. For that, we have to enter style, which means this is an inline style which can be used directly into an HTML document. This is the inline style. So I'm directly using the style in a line of a body, right? So which is called as an inline style. So I'm simply writing the style inside A, and I'm mentioning the color, and which is red, and we should actually give semicolon in the end, which means the command has been completed. So I'm going to save it. Let's open it. You can see apple is an amazing fruit is in red color. What happens if I type it in British English, COLOUR? I guess it will throw an error, or it might not take it. So you can see it's not taking it, because it has been formed by an American. I should use the American English, not the British one. Okay, now it will work. Okay, now we can see that it's in red color. Right. To be a programmer, you should know the spellings of the English words in an American way, not in British way. But here, whatever you type it in an American or British or French, it doesn't care. But the command should be in an American English, right? So this is how to change the color of words. So let me like add a lot of colors so that you will have a clear idea. Let's copy it and let's paste it like 10 times. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, I forgot to add BR. It will be like next to one another. I don't want it. I just want everything to be in the next line. Just copy it, paste it. Okay, now everything will be in the next line. Okay, let me like copy a bunch of codes, and I will paste it instead of copying each and every line one by one. Okay, I'm going to copy these 4 lines. I'm going to paste it here. So we have 8 lines. Now we have around 12 and 16, 20. So we have like 20 lines right now. What I'm going to do is I want to change the color of each one. So let me like type brown. So this line will be in brown. I'm going to use yellow. I'm going to use pink. I'm going to use green. I'm going to use violet. And I'm going to use tomato. It's a color in HTML, I mean style. CSS, you can use tomato as a color name. You can also use like sea blue, and also use like green, and I think the orange it will not consider as a color because that's name for that. I don't know what's the name. I can use like, I can also use black, which is a default one, but anyways I'm using it. And what else I can use? Dark blue. Can use sky blue, and I can use like dark pink. I don't know whether it's a actual name. You should actually use the actual name, otherwise it will not show up. I don't have an idea that there's a word like dark pink, I don't know. But if you're using the IDE, if you're using a text editor, it will actually show you the suggestion, right? But I'm using a HTML, so it will not show any suggestion. So I'm gonna remember whatever comes in my mind and I'm gonna use it. But remember that after completion of the word, you should actually give semicolon. Only then it will consider it as a command. I'm gonna use like light red, and I can use gray. I can use dark gray. I can use light gray. You should not type whatever comes to in your mind. You should type actually the right spelling. So I'm trying to remember whatever I just want to type. Use like dark brown. I don't like whether there's a word known as chocolate brown, but I'm going to use it. So okay, I don't have anything in my mind, so I'm gonna look into the document right now. Wow, something is working and many things didn't work. The first thing is the red is workable, we know that, and the second is brown. Brown is also workable, and third is yellow, fourth is pink, and fifth is green. 6 is a dark pink, it is working, and this is tomato color, that's working as well. Another dark red, and which is a black and a dark green, and all this thing didn't work, I guess. So this is a gray, this is a light gray. I think light gray is also workable, and all the other things are red. I didn't change it. These things are dark blue and something I have given. These are not actually real names inside the HTML, so these names didn't work. Okay, so I think it's time for a break. You guys wait. I want to have a break right now. So if you're watching after the live, if something appears like a break on the screen, what you can do is you can skip it, which means I'm away. So if you're watching this video after the live, if you're watching this as a recorded video, if break appears on the screen, you skip it because I'm on a break. Okay, so I'll see you guys in a break, like after at 10 minutes. probably 5 minutes. Okay, I'm gonna come back after 10 minutes. That will be break. If you're watching live, take a break, and if you're watching after a recorded video, you skip the break. That's what I'm trying to say. I'll be back after break of 10 minutes, guys. Okay, the break is over, so you can skip if you see break on your screen, because it's a live teaching video and it's not pre-recorded. And if you're watching this video like after the live session, it might be there on Facebook, YouTube and Twitch. If you see break on the screen, you can feel free to skip the part. So skip until the break is shown on the screen. Okay, so what we were learning how to change the color of the word. So there are like different colors available in the HTML. So we are going to the document and we are going to open this, and we can see that these are all the colors that has been changed, and these are not changed because I didn't give the exact name of the HTML document. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try it once again. So I'm going to type the list of colors that are actually available inside the color pattern of HTML. So red is available, brown is available, yellow is available, pink, green, violet, tomato is fine. Another red. Okay, we're gonna change it into silver. Silver is pretty much available. Sea blue is not actually a color, and I can use maroon instead of sea blue, and green is fine, black is fine. Dark blue is not a actual color name inside the CSS or HTML. So instead of that, I'm going to use purple, and instead of sky blue, I'm gonna use fuchsia, which is a thicker pink, and instead of dark pink, I'm gonna use lime, which is a greenish highlighter color, and instead of light red, I'm gonna use olive, which is again a greenish red or greenish yellow color. And instead of gray is available, instead of dark gray, I'm gonna use navy. Navy is the dark blue, and you can use actually a greenish sky blue, which is teal, TEAL. And instead of chocolate brown, you can actually use aqua, which is sky blue. And instead of red, you can actually use ice blue. Okay, so we have seen a lot of blues right there. I want to save them all. I'm gonna search for the same. Okay, there are like different colors right now. So this is red, this is brown. Okay, let me like go to the page so that I will have an idea. So what we have done is we have used red, and there it is here. This is red, and this is brown, this is yellow, this is pink, this is green, and this is violet, and this is tomato, which is a color, and this is silver, which is a silver color, and this is maroon, this is green again, this is black, and this is purple, and the darkish pink is called as fuchsia, and highlighter green is called as lime. This is olive, darkish yellow green, which is called as olive, and this is gray, and the dark blue is called as navy, and this is light gray, which is actually black. It didn't accept the light gray. If we change into gray, it will work. We can reload the page. You can see that it's changed into gray, and this is a light blue. Oh, this is aqua actually. This is okay. This is teal. This is gray. This is teal. This is aqua, which is sky blue, and the very light blue is called as alice blue. You couldn't probably see it properly, and the rest is red. I didn't change the color. So these are the different colors. There are like billions of colors, but I don't know the name. But this is a notepad. I have to remember everything. I don't remember a lot of color names. If you're using it on a text editor like Visual Studio Code, it will actually show you the options to choose the colors from. So you can choose it. You don't need to remember everything. So these are different color patterns available. There are like billions of color patterns available, but we should know the name, right? And we don't actually remember the name. We can use the Visual Studio Code or any other editor, code editor. It will actually show the suggestion. You can pick it from there. So since we are using the notepad, I'm remembering everything and I'm showing to you guys. Okay, so this is how to change the color of a word, lines or letter inside a. You can do it for the paragraph, you can do it for the whole body, you can do it for anything. So if I want to change the color of the whole body, I'll go to the body inside here, and I will type style and equals double or single quotation, doesn't matter, and I'm gonna type color colon. I'm gonna give like red semicolon, which should be given, and if I save it, the entire thing inside the body will be changed into red. So let's see it. Let's go to the page. You can see everything is in different color right inside the body. Now look at everything is in red. Since inside the body I have changed everything to red, now everything will be in red except these colors what I have mentioned. Everything which is in black is in red right now. Great, everything is in red. So to change something in entire body, you can use the command directly inside the body. So I'm gonna save it without that. Now it will be back to the previous form. Okay, everything is in black right now. This is how to change the color. I'm going to give a line break after the head, and HR, the horizontal line after this. So now we have seen how to change the color. Let us move to the next topic. So now let us see that what are the types of different formatting of elements available inside the HTML. Different types of formatting elements in HTML. So like various. Okay, the first is bold. Okay, so if we are inside a body, right, I'm writing a I'm telling apple is a fruit. Okay, so this is a normal letter. If you want apple to be in bolder, I'm gonna use the formatting element bold. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna type B, which is a short form for bold. And you cannot type bold, it will not work. You should only use B, so which will make the apple bold because it is inside the B, right, which is for B. So we can save it and we can see it is for bold. And I can also like type here bold, and then for strong I can use the same. Strong is actually similar to bold. It is like slightly smaller, I mean like slightly less thicker than the bold, but everything is same. So for strong we should type strong. There is no shortcut. So both the letters will be similarly seen, but strong is less thicker than bold, which is very light, you cannot see it. And after strong we can use I. You might have guessed it, it is for italic. So the only thing is, instead of B, I'm gonna type I, which stands for italic, so the apple will be in italic. And another thing is we can actually use emphasized text. So the short form is EM. And another thing is marked text. So we have type mark. The next is smaller text, and shortest of the same is small. Great. Other thing is delete the text. And we have to type del, del. Del is the command we have to use there. And for inserted text we have to use ins. And for the later, if you're using like subscript text, you have to use sub, S-U-B. And for the superscript text, you have to use SUP, like sub. For superscript, like soup, like SUP is soup, right? This is sub, this is for superscript. So let's save it and let's go to the page and we can see it. Okay, so let's go to the bottom. Oh my god, everything is like side by side. Okay, for your better understanding, let me go back to the actual HTML page, and let me add BR for the line break. Okay, we have to add BR. Great. Okay, so you can see everything is like line by line, right? I have maximized the page size, so you can see in bold apple is fruit, which means apple is in bold. So if you use a strong, you can say that apple is actually in a bold again. Why to use two different? But there's a slight difference in apple in a bold format and apple in a strong format. Strong is little bit less thicker than the bold, but you couldn't see it in the HTML document right now. But it has its use. But mostly people will remember bold, right? Nobody will write strong. But in some scenarios, you can't use the bold. In that case, you can use strong. And in italic, you can see apple is in italic, which is a slightly bending. And in emphasized text, you can see apple is an emphasized text. You can say that even emphasize is like a italic version, but italic is more like bending. Emphasize is, it's a little bit bending, not like italic, but you couldn't see it in text, I mean in HTML format. But italic or emphasized, you can use either for a bending of a text, and marked text is actually a highlighter, so it's in a background of yellow, which is known as the marked text. If you ask, instead of yellow we can use or green or red, no. So yellow is the default color of a marked formatting element. If you want to use yellow as a background, then you can use marked emphasized element command, or else you can choose the background color and you can change the color of apple of any other color other than marked text if you want. But if you use marked formatting element, then it will be in a background color of yellow. If you want to be a smaller text, you can use small and it will be like small apple. And for the deleted text, there will be a cross in between the letters, which is like this. And if you write an inserted tag, then there will be an underline like this. Subscript is actually like below the present text. If you're using a mathematical calculation, you can actually use subscript function. So I have used the word, so you couldn't see it actually. If you're using some chemical name, if you're using some like formula of a chemical name, then a to the under subscript 0, like that, it will come right. So you can use the subscript for that purpose. And to the power of, in mathematics, you can use superscript, which will be the above the present line. So you can see apple is above the present line. So to the a to the power 2 a square, like that, you can use a superscript. So I'm gonna minimize it. I'm going to show it side by side so that you can have an idea of that. So we have used a B like here. I want to minimize this as well. It's like really very much minimized. Okay, I want to use it like side by side. If you see on the B, this is for the bold apple, and if you use strong, it's for the strong apple. If you use I, it's for the italic apple. If you use EM, it's for the emphasized apple. If you used marked text, then it is for the yellow highlighted background apple. If you use like a small, is for the smaller apple. If you use del, is for the deleted apple, which is a cross in between. If you use ins, which is for a underline, which is inserted text, which means if you use like sub, it's for underlined, I mean like under text, it will be like below the present text. If you use sup or sub, whatever it is called, I don't know, like sup, and it will be for the power of, it will be like upper side. So this is how you use the different formatting elements in HTML. So let's move to the next topic right now. Great. Let me like give some space for the body so that you can write. So now let us see about quotations and citation elements in HTML. Okay, great. So what are the quotations and citations elements that you can use in an HTML document? Let's see. So the first thing is for quotation, I'm going to use the block quote. Okay. Block quote is, so this is the block quote. So this is the block quote. Since I don't want it to be a HTML element, I'm giving it as inside the command. So this is the block quote that I have highlighted. So where to use block quote? Okay, let me give you an example on that. So I'm using a paragraph right now, and Apple array keeps the doctor away, and Apple is an wonderful fruit, and Apple is the most favorite fruits of many. Okay, this is a paragraph right now, so it will be in the same line since I didn't use the BR. Okay, so we have to use the block quote right here. Okay, so it starts like this inside the bracket and it ends with the backslash. So inside that you can write anything inside the block quote. For example, I'm gonna use this, or let me use another one. Let me use a Wikipedia. Okay, so I'm gonna use Apple Wiki. So it will open the Wikipedia for Apple company actually. So I'm gonna copy this. I'm gonna copy it, and I'm gonna copy. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna place inside the block quote. So you can see these paragraphs are copied, and I'm placing it inside the block quote. And from where I have taken it from the Wikipedia. So to mention that, I'm gonna use the site for the understanding that where I have taken it from. So I'm going to copy it and I'm going to paste it. So let me save this. I'm saving this file. Let me open this. Okay, now it has been opened. Okay, I'm going to minimize it. Okay, so these are the text inside the block quote. Okay, So this text actually are not in same line. So how I copied, how I pasted, it is as it is. What I'm trying to say is I didn't use a line break anywhere, but after this revenue and 6, as of March is in the next line and manufacture is in the next line, the Microsoft is in the next line. So everything is in the order of how I have typed it. I didn't use a line break. For that purpose, you can actually use block quote. If you use pre, it will use a typewriter text format that is used for poem, and if you use block quote, it will be same as how you typed. So you don't want to change the BR to insert a next line. So if you want something to be typed and it should appear on the web page as it is, you can use block quote. And for your reference, you can use inside the block quote, you can actually mention site from where you have taken it for your understanding. So I have used site here, which makes me to recognize, okay, I have taken it from this site. So this is what a block quote is. Okay, so I didn't use BR anywhere. I have given the space, there's a space in the website. I didn't give BR, but the Apple become the first publicly traded whatever it is in the next line without giving BR. That's the purpose of using it. And one more thing I just want to say, so if you are using the block quote, it will be having an extra margin. You can see this is a paragraph, and there's a margin here, right? And there's a margin here at the end as well. There will be like a little cap around it. So there's a 3-line space here as well, and there will be a 3-line space below as well. So that's the use of block quote. And what I did tell you wrong is it actually didn't give the line space, so it is like next to each other. So what happens if you use a block quote? It will actually use like 2 inches of line space in top, bottom, left and right. That's the use of block quote. So you have to use actually BR for the line break. Okay, that's a mistake I have made there. So now you got it right. So if you are using the block quote, it will be in a shorter form. If you are using any quotes from anyone, computer was founded by Charles Babbage, inside block quote, you can actually use a block quote. And for your understanding, you can use a site from where you have taken it. So this is the use of block quote right there. But if I use the BR here, then next thing will be in the next line. And I have to use BR here as well. And have to use BR him as well. So I've saved it. Let me open the same. Now you can see there's a line break here, like here, like here. Okay, so but it has like 2 inch of space in back, forth, top, bottom. That's the use of block quote. Okay, so let's move on to the next thing in quotation and citation elements in HTML. So now we have used P, which means paragraph. So what's the use of Q? So people are using Q. So the use of Q is for short quotations, not a big one, which is a little one. You can use short quotation. Okay, let me use P as well, which means a paragraph. So inside a paragraph, I'm gonna use this Q. I'm gonna type like the Apple goal. So what's the goal of Apple? I mean the fruit. So I'm going to type here to give nutritions, or nutrition required for the children. It's an example of Q, short code. So the apple's goal is a paragraph, and the short code is Q. Let me save it and let me show it to you. So you can see that to give nutrition required for the children is actually in the double quotes, inside the double quotes, but I didn't actually give the double quotes. It was inside Q. So if you write something inside the Q, the double quotes will automatically enter. So if you want to write a short quote, you can use Q inside the P or inside A, that doesn't matter. So for small quotations, you can actually use Q. That's a work of Q. So now you might know what the use of Q. Oh, actually this is inside the block code. It shouldn't be inside the block code. Okay, I think now everything is fine. So you can see that I have given the line break right there. I'm going to maximize it so that you can read it clearly. So the apple's goal is inside the paragraph. To give nutrition required for the children is a quote. That's why we have used Q. So now you come to know the reason why we are using Q. Okay, so now what's next? So let's talk about the abbreviations right now. Okay, so what are the abbreviations that we can use? We can use the ABBR for the abbreviation. Okay, I'm going to say like this. So I'm going to type a paragraph right now. So inside that I'm going to type WHO, which is who actually stands for World Health Organization, right? Okay, now what we can do is I'm going to type the, and I'm going to type abbreviation, which is ABBR, and I'm going to give the title which is World Health Organization, and again back to my who. I'm gonna write ABBR again. I'm gonna close the ABBR, and I'm gonna continue typing. Who is for the world's health. Okay, let's save it, and I'm going to the website, the web page or HTML page. So you can see the WHO is for World Health, and if I place my cursor on WHO, it actually shows me the abbreviation, which is World Health Organization. It's in a small font, like a pop-up text. So that's the reason we can use abbreviation, ABB or AVIATION as abbreviations for abbreviating the short form of the words that you're using. So this is how to use the abbreviation. Let me go back to the HTML document. So this is a P, which means paragraph, and this is the WHO is for the world's health, and we have to abbreviate WHO. For that, what we can do is we should enter WHO inside ABBR like this, and afterwards you should write title equal to World Health Organization. Only then it will work. So this is how you can add an abbreviation in HTML. Let's move on. So how to write an address? How to write an address in HTML? Let's see it right now. Great. Okay. Okay, I have written address, and what I can do is I can write something down here. I can type like Van Johnson. I have to give BR for the line break. Hollywood City. Another full stop and BR for the line break. Then I mean, like, that's Hollywood City actually. I don't know, like in San Francisco, California. And USA if you're posting from outside. Great. So we have to actually give line breaks for the line break, but it's an address format, right? So we have to mention inside the address. Let's save it and see it. Okay, you can see the address is in a light italic style, and you can see Dwayne Johnson, Hollywood City, San Francisco, California, USA. So this is how to write an address. Okay, let's move on. So now let's see how to use the site. So we have already used it, but let's see it in a special case. So site is used actually for naming a book or author or someone like that. So I'm going to type like Harry Potter. Harry Potter is my favorite book. Okay, let's save it. Go to the page. Okay, you can see it's in a italic form, which means it's a site. So you can use it to highlight name of someone, or you can use italic. That's your wish. You can directly use italic, or you can use site. It's your wish, but it is used to highlight something. So there are like plenty of different format that you can do certain things in HTML. You can actually use italic instead of using a site, but if you follow the format, then it will be helpful. So this is the reason why we are using site. The reason we are using site is to highlight. Okay, move on to the next one is BDO, which is bidirectional override. Okay, let's see what it is. VDO, and let's close it with the same. So what comes inside this is direction of something, which is, if you're using like English, you will be writing from left to right. If you're writing in Arabic, then it will be from right to left. So if I write something in English, it will be like left to right, but it will be converted from right to left. Let us see. Apple is my favorite fruit. Okay, so I've written like this. I'm going to use the VDO right now. So I'm going to write dir to specify the direction. I'm going to use double quotes. You can use anything. So I'm going to use like RTL, which means right to left. I'm going to save it, and you can see the letters are from right to left, which is apple is my favorite fruit. It's completely from right to left. It has turned everything. I have written like apple is my favorite fruit, but it has taken the fruit to the first, and it has actually taken the letters from right to left, DIU or F, which means F or U I T. So this is the reason to use BDO. If you're writing in Arabic, you can use it, and you should mention the direction. If you use like LTR, which is right to left, left to right, and it will be written in left to right. Okay, let me like copy this and use it. Let this be like RTL, and I'm going to use another one. And I'm going to save it. Oh, it is same. Oh, I have copied the wrong one. Wait, I'm gonna copy it again. Even if I copy it, when I paste it here, it is coming like this. Apple is my favorite fruit. That's not good. Look, I'm copying like fruit favorite. My is apple, and I'm copying it. But when I paste it here, it actually turns into apple is my favorite fruit. It's copying it in a right format, which is not good. So I think we have to type it out. It's not allowing to copy. So what I'm going to do is fruit favorite my is apple. So it is in the right to left direction, right? So let's see what happens now. Now it's actually taking it in a right to left direction. I don't know what's wrong. I think you cannot trick it. let me like use BR. Let me like save it again. Okay, it is showing apple is my favorite fruit. It's actually from right to left right now. Okay, it's actually right to left, so we can use it either way. Let me like try L2 R. I don't know whether this is a available one or not, but I'm going to try it. Oh, now it is in the right format. Fruit favorite my is apple. That's good. So we can use either way, like R to L or LTR, or TL, which means right to left, or LTR. Either is fine, but actually LTR is actually not a good format. It's not actually a HTML thing that I just want to try it. There is no such thing, so don't try it, because the only thing is RTL, the direction which is RTL, because whatever you are writing here, it will take it as left to right, right? Because it's a natural thing. We actually write in left to right. But only if you are writing in Arabic, then you should convert this to right to left. So only for that purpose we are using BDO. So there is no such thing as L to R. Don't try it. There is only one thing, which is RTL. I just want to try it to show you guys, which is not possible. So there's only one BDO, which is direction, RTL. Okay, let's move on. So previously we have seen about turning a colors of the letters. Now let us see, in addition to that, what are the ways to change the color of the letters, and how to change the background color, and how to change the border color. Okay, let's do it. So we have already seen how to change the color. For example, I'm typing A and I'm typing apple. What I can do is I can type style, and I can use double quotation or single quotation. It's my favorite or my wish. Okay, I can use either quotations, but the style should not be start with a starting capital one. Everything should be in small letters. The commands, everything should be in small letters. Remember it. It should not be in smaller or first letter in a capital one. Everything should be in a smaller letter. So the style, I'm giving color and colon red. So this is what we see. The apple will be turned into red. So I'm gonna like give a semicolon here, and I'm gonna use background color right now. Background hyphen color. I'm gonna give the colon, and I'm gonna type yellow. So background color will be yellow, and you can see the background will be in yellow. Let's see it. So I want to like teach you step by step. I don't want to rush. So first see the background color right now. So you can see apple is in red and background color yellow is in yellow. Okay, let's see like what are the different types of background color we can do. I'm going to delete it so that it will be in a black. Okay, I'm going to use a different thing right now. I'm going to use BR. copying it. Okay, so I think that's fine. So I'm going to turn this into red, turn this into blue, turn this into pink, turn this into gray, turn this into brown, turn this into silver, turn this into violet, turn this into tomato, and turn this into what else we have seen earlier, like navy blue, or just navy, I don't know. Turn this into what I can say, brown. I've already written brown, like aqua. Turn this into what else? What are the colors we have seen earlier? Red, aqua, alice blue, teal. Okay, let's use teal. Okay, so let's save it. So now everything will be having the different background color. So I'm going to save it and let's go. Oh, wow, so you can see that apple is in yellow, red, blue, pink, gray, and different colors. Okay, so the first thing what I've done is we have used a, and we have used style, and inside the style we have given equal to and double quotes. With the, inside the double quotes we have entered background color and colon and the name of the color, so it will change the color accordingly. So now let's go back. Okay, we can see that actually yellow here, background yellow is in yellow, red, background yellow, red is in red, blue is in blue, pink is in big, gray is in gray, brown is here, and silver is here, and this is violet, this is tomato, this is navy, this is aqua, this is teal. This is how you can change the background color. That's actually great, isn't it? Okay, now let's see like how to change the background. We have seen the background. Now let's see how to change the border. How to change the border color or colors in HTML. So we are using actually inline style directly into HTML. We can also link to the separate page which has a CSS. Okay, now let's see how to change the border color in HTML. So it's similar. So I'm going to type A, and I'm going to type apple or absolute beginners coding name. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use style, double quotes, and I'm going to enter the border. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to use a semicolon here. I'm going to mention how thick the border should be, like 2 pixels or whatsoever. I'm going to give a space, and I'm going to tell whether it should be a solid one or normal one. So it should be a solid. I'm going to give solid, and what color it should be. Let me tell it red. Then the absolute beginners coding will be in red border, with a red border. I'm going to give BR so that you will know. So let me do it for few more colors. Right, So now what we're going to do is we're going to change the name of the colors. So now the border will be like blue, border will be like in brown, be in tomato, or gray, aqua, silver, and violet, or pink, or green. So this is how to change the border. Let's save it and let's open the file. Okay, you can see that the border is actually in a different color. I think we have to give in a few more line space. Okay, because the borders are like colliding with each other. Okay, let me like save it right now. I think it should be fine right now. Wow, still it's like same. I think few more BR is required. I mean, like let me like give some 2 BR, 2 line space is required, I guess so, because the borders are like colliding with each others. Okay, I guess now it will be fine. Great. Okay, so this is how to change the borders. So you can see the absolute beginners coding is covered with the solid 2 pixels thick red border. So we have given solid and we have given thickness to 2 pixels, so it is like 2 pixel big, and it has given the name absolute beginners coding, which is in 2 pixels big red solid border, and the same is in blue, brown, tomato, gray, aqua, silver, pink, I mean this is violet, this is pink, and green. So this is how you can actually change the colors of the border in HTML. So let's move on. So let's see combined together how to change the color, background, and border for a single text. Okay, what we can do is we can either use A, or you can use H1 to H6, you can use P, that's your wish. I'm going to use A, I'm going to use absolute beginners coding, and I'm going to write style. Remember, it should always be in small letters, no starting letter capital, no complete capital. It should be in small letters. Everything should be in small letters. Whatever you type inside this the brackets, it should be inside. Whatever you're typing inside the brackets, it should be in small letters. And you can either use single or double quotation, doesn't matter, but I kind of used to double quotation, I'm using the same. So color : red, semicolon, which separates it from the other command, and background color colon blue or yellow or tomato, semicolon border colon 2 pixels solid aqua, and BR would be fine, or like 2BR would be fine. Great. So let's copy it and do a random thing. Right. So now we're going to change the color, background color and border. So we have already done for the first one. Let's do it for the second. Allow. What else I can use, like brown and silver. Great. Let's move to the next one. Pink. Let's turn the background color into green, and let's turn the border into like tomato. Let's change the color into like gray, and pink, and the border into yellow. Now let's change this and let's do it for everything. Okay, we have changed pretty much a combination of different colors for the actual color of the letters and background color and the border. Let's see how it goes. Okay, let's go to the end of the page. Wow, these are like really cool. Right. So we have changed the color, we have changed the background color, we have changed the border. For the first one, we have changed the color red and background to tomato and the border to aqua. And we have done the same for the others as well, like yellow to the color, background is brown, border is gray, and pink to the color, background is green, border is tomato, and gray to the color, pink to the border, yellow to the pink to the background, yellow to the border, here green to the color, yellow to the background, brown to the border. So black to the color, aqua to the background, and I didn't give actually any border color right there, so there is no border here. And here you can see like gray as a color, tomato as a background, yellow as a border, and blue as the color, green as the background, and red as a border. So this is how you can change the color of the letters, background of the letters, and the border of the letters. Okay, let's move on right now to the next topic. So whenever you want to try it out while watching the video, you can pause it and you can try it out. Okay. So you can actually use the colors not by, I mean, in addition to giving the name of the colors, you can actually use the values of the colors. Instead of typing red, you can actually use the value. So let me like tell it, which is RGB. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm gonna add a color to this name of my company or website, whatever it is, Absolute Beginners Coding, and I'm gonna type the style to change the color, style, inside double quotes the color. And what I can do is I can type RGB, and which means red, green, blue, right? And I can type the values. So the value can be like a mix of percentage or completely percentage or completely numbers. It can vary from 0 to 100 or 0 to 1000. In case of values, it can vary from 0 to 1000. In case of percentage, it should be like 0 to 100. So I'm going to give the value right now like 599 and 560, 596. This is the value, right? So what colors will come in this value will be the color of this words. So this is how you can use the RGB to give color to your words in HTML. You can use both the percentage as well as values, but right now I'm telling you the values. But later I will tell you about the percentage. So now let's see the values. Okay, so now I'm going to change these values like 98 or 978 or 999 and 596. that let it be same, or 5 or 109, or just single number, or like 2 number, anything is fine. 1 to 1000 is fine. Okay, let's save it. So now we are using only the values of the RGB, not the percentage. So I think it should work. Okay, you can see the Absolute Beginners Coding for the first value. What we have given is blue. The second, I mean the double space has been given. So the second is green, third is aqua, which is light blue, and the fourth is pink. Okay, so this is how you can actually use the value. You can also use a percentage in case of value. So RGB percentage. Okay. Okay, so this is how you can use the percentage. So percentage should be like 0 to 100. Okay. Okay, so I've given something. Even 100 you can give, non-issue. You can also give 0, no problem. But 0 means it doesn't take anything. Okay, so let's save it. Go back to the HTML page. Now we can see that the RGB percentage for the first what we have given is it's actually a sky blue. The second is actually a pink. Third is a tomato, and the fourth is kind of a light violet. Fifth is kind of a dark blue. So this is how we can use the percentage. Okay, so we can also use many other steps or many other things in terms of using RGB. In RGB you can use either the value 0 to 1000 or percentage 0 to 100. Instead of RGB you can also use many other thing. I'm going to tell it right now. We can use HEX. Instead of RGB we can use HSL. You can use RGBA, or we can use HSLA values as well. So let us try them all. HEX values for colors in HTML. Now let's see this. Okay, and okay, everything is same. Every steps are same, but instead of RGB we're gonna use HEX. You can use it for the border, you can use it for the background, you can use it for color, background and border. That is, it is not restricted to color alone. Okay, like I'll use like HEX. It should be the value like 155 or like 69. Anything is fine. 0 to 1000 is fine, and it will give you the same like what we have given in Apple. I mean what we have given in RGB. Okay, so I've given like plenty of things right there. give a HR right there. And a line break. Okay, so we are using HEX right now, right? So I'm going to use like 52 or anything between like 0 to 1000 is fine. But let me check it, like HEX will allow like 0 to 100 or 0 to 1000. Let me check it out. Okay, it's not actually allowing the values. I think we should use only the percentage. Okay, it's not actually allowing the values. It didn't change anything. So HEX refer to the I mean like the unique value. So you cannot like give the mix of like RGB. HCX, it's not like this. It should be like we should not mention like RGB. So in HCX, what we can do is we can mention the color and we can mention the value like FF6387. So now this is the HCX value. So now it will be working. So it's not like the RGB. Now you can see the HX value what we have given is for pink. So this is how HX works. So you can use like hash symbol and followed by 2 letters, which is should be an alphabet, and 2 sets of numerals. Let's do it. Okay, now we can change it to 15 and 02. Now we can change it to 63 or 89. Instead of FF, we can also use like GT. I don't know like what a GT is, but I'm still trying. Or like ER. I don't know whether this is gonna work or not, but the value will work, but I don't know about the alphabets. So this is a set, like first 2 should be an alphabet, second 2 sets should be a letters, numerals. You can try it on your own. Let's save it and let's see what we have done. Wow, it's actually working. So first is like a dark pink and another one is tomato and light pink. I think these are blacks. I think they didn't work, and these are like shades of purple. So you should not give a random alphabet. You should actually use the proper ones. That's the reason these 2 didn't work. Maybe EE will work, I guess so. Let's see. Yes, actually EE is for red. So for each and every color there's a alphabet, 2 sets of alphabet. You should remember that. And the second 2 sets is our numerals. You can give some random. This is how to use the HEX instead of RGB.
and this is how to use that. And let's see another one. Okay, so now we have seen how to use RGB. You can use values in RGB, you can use percentages, that doesn't matter. And we have seen how to use HEX. The first two sets should be alphabet, the right alphabet, not any random one. And second two sets of numerals can be any number with 0 to 100. Yeah. And we have seen HCX. Now let's move to HSL, which means H refers to hue and S refers to saturation and L refers to light. So now let's see like HSL, which is hue, saturation and lightness. Okay, so this is how we can use it here. Now let's use the HSL. So everything is same, A/A, or like you can use H1 or H2 or anything, that doesn't matter. You can also use it in a body, you can also use it in a head, it doesn't matter, it will work. But I'm using it in A. Apple. Okay, I'm going to use a style. What I'm going to do is type color colon HSL. Okay, now hue should be like within 0 to 10, and I mean H's should be like 0 to 10, but S and L can be like from 0 to 100. So let's try it out. We give some line breaks. This is how you can change the colors in HTML by using HSL. Great, let's save it. Let's open this. Nothing happened. Something went wrong, but I've given the right one. Oh my god. Okay, I didn't actually give the percentages, because in HSL you should actually mention percentages. The first is value, hue is value, and S and L should be percentage, because how much you want the saturation and how much you want the lightness should be mentioned. But H is a value, so you know to type percentage here. That's the mistake I've done there. It's the same thing, so I can delete it and copy it. Okay, you can change it randomly, you can change it, you can change it. It should be like 0 to 10 guys, and it should be a value, and these two should be percentage 0 to 100. I think you should not give 0. If you give 0, it will white, it will be like white. Let's give some numbers. You can also give 10. This can be anything. Okay, now everything is fine. Now let's see. Great. So we can see the color has been changed right here and everywhere. So we have changed the hue, we have changed the percentage for saturation and lightness, So it has given the result right here. So in HSL, H should be like 0 to 10. It is a value, no percentage. In S and L, you can actually add percentage between 0 to 100. It will work. So we have seen how to change the colors by giving name, how to change the colors by giving RGB values, RGB percentages, and HEX value and HSL value. Now let's move to the next one. Now let's see how to change the color by using RGBA. So what does RGBA means? So R is red, G is green, B is blue, and A is I think alpha. Yeah, alpha. Okay, it's the same, guys, but alpha should be like between I don't know, like 0 to 10 or 0 to 100, I don't know, but let's try it out. Let's see RGBA. Okay, everything is same. You can also use H1, doesn't matter. You can use A, doesn't matter. You can use P, doesn't matter. You can use it for the body, you can use it for the head, doesn't matter. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna use the style. Gonna use color, and I'm gonna use RGBA, and I'm gonna use the values for RGBA like 25, 89, 99. This is for RGBA, is for like RGB is for 0 to 100 value or percentage, but A should be like 0 to 10, like 0.5 is much, and we can do it for the others as well. Great. You can also use percentage. If you use percentage, it should be like 0 to 100. If you use values, it should be 0 to 1000. But A value should be like 0 to 1. I don't know. I guess it should be 0 to 1. Like 0.9. If I'm giving values alone, I can use like within 100 anything, that doesn't matter. So now let's see. Let's save it and let's see. How to use RGBA colors in HTML. Okay, this is how to use the RGBA colors in HTML, and first one is absolute beginners coding, and the second one didn't work. Let's go back. And third one didn't work as well. I think in RGBA the limit is between 0 to 100, but in RGB, if you are using values, then you can go between like 0 to 100 or 0 to 1000, but in RGBA I think it is limited to 0 to 100. Let's save it. Okay, the percentage we can see it's in a navy blue, which is 0 to 100. What happened to the third one? Okay, since it's in a paragraph, I guess so it's not working. We should work on a paragraph as well. I don't know what went wrong. Probably because it is over 100, right? In RGBA, the value should be like between 0 to 100, but let me confirm it. But in RGB, we can use the values between 0 to 1000. In RGB, if you're using percentages, then it should be like between 0 to 100. But in RGBA, that I don't know, we can use it. Yes, we can use it. It should be like between 0 to 100, guys. It should not be between like 0 to 1000 in RGBA. In RGB, we can actually use values between 0 to 1000 for R, B, and R, G, and B. In RGB, we are using values, then R value and G value and B value can be between 0 to 1000. In same RGB, if you are using percentages, then it should be like between 0 to 100. But in RGBA, if you are using values or percentages, it should be between 0 to 100. But A should be 0 to 1. It should not exceed it. Because if I give like more than 100, it's not working. Look, if I'm saving it, it's not working. Look, the first thing, without entering the values more than 100, now we are able to see this. If I'm writing like values more than 100, then this disappears because it's not working. I think it's due to the alpha, I guess so. Can I change the alpha and see? If there is no alpha, then it will work because it is workable in RGB. Now let's refresh it. It's not working. I don't know. I think it's because of P. It should work. The values can be like 0 to 1000 in RGB. It's still not working. If the value is like between 0 to 100, it's working. Oh. Now it's working. I'm kind of like confused right now because it is actually, it should work. So let me like create a new file. I mean like a new window. So let me like see the RGB. I just don't want to use it. Okay, now let's use it A. And Apple, the style, okay, now the color, colon, RGB. Let's see if I'm using more than 100, will it work or not? Let's see. 100, 500, 699. Okay, let's save it. RGB, like let's like name it as colors. HTML or HTML, both is fine. It's in E, ABC HTML tutorial, right? Okay. Okay, now it is working. You can see that I've given the value more than 100. Now it is working. Like you can see it is in sky blue. You can see the values are like more than 100. It should work. You can also like change this even more than 100. It will work. Look, it is working. And you can also use the percentage instead of values, but percentage should be like less than 100 since it's a percentage. So let's save it. You can see that it's working. Let me use BR. Okay, so this is how you can use RGB. Now let's see RGBA, which is same again, but you can add a. The alpha should be like between 0 to 1, but I'm guessing it. I don't know, but it should be like 0 to 1. We can try it. So now let's try 3 different things in RGBA. One is percentage, another one is value between 0 to 100, another one is value between 0 to 1000. Okay, so now what we're gonna do is we're gonna see if it is gonna work if the value is more than 100 in RGBA. If it is like RGB alone, it might work if the value is like more than 100. But if it is like more than 100 in RGBA, we don't know like it's gonna work or not. Let us find it out. It's actually working. But how come the RGBA is turning the color? I don't know. So this is the RGB. Okay. So you can see RGB is in black color and Apple is in blue. Oh my god. So I've done a big mistake right here. I've given the A like out of the bracket. Okay, now let's try it out. That's a huge mistake right there. Wow. Okay, now everything is good. What we have tested is right. Okay, you can see that in RGB you can actually enter the values between 100, like 0 to 1000 for R, G and B. So you will get the color, you will get the result right there. And you can also like enter the values between 0 to 100 or 0 to 1000, both is fine. But if you're like mentioning percentage, it should be like 0 to 100, only then you can get the result. So in RGBA, we can add the percentages between 0 to 100 and the alpha should be like between 0 to 1. You can actually get the result. And if you're like using the value 0 to 100 and value of A is 0 to 1, you can get the result. But if you're entering the value 0 to 1000, which is more than 100, you will not get the result. Actually, we are getting the result. look, there's an apple right here as well. So you can actually use value in RGBA as well, more than 100. But the thing is that it's like really small. I mean, you couldn't see, but there is apple right here, but it's like very light. That's the reason I couldn't able to show you guys, but it's like very light blue. I don't like whether you can see it or not, but you can get the result actually, but it is like very lighter. So this is the value that we have given more than 100, because this is RGBA, and here we have mentioned RGBA, and so we got the result apple, which is in a light gray color with the percentage given between 0 to 100. We can get the color, we can get the result. If you are adding RGBA with the values 0 to 100, we can actually get the result as well, which is a gray. If you are giving the value more than 100, still you can get the result, but it's like really light blue, so you couldn't see it if you are adding the value more than 100 in RGBA. But if I highlight it, you can actually see it. I don't like, some of you can see it, I don't know, like it's really blue, like really light blue. Now what I'm going to try is, if I add the alpha more than 1, it is going to work or not. Well, let's try it. Let's copy these both. So now I'm going to change the alpha alone more than 1, like 1.2 or 9.1, or even more than 1. I think more than 10 it will not work, but I'm going to try it out. I'm going to like try it by 22. It's just an experiment, guys. I don't know what could be the result. Okay, for my surprise, it's actually working. So the A is more than 1, it's actually working. The A is more than 1, it's actually working. The A is more than 10, it's actually working. So we can actually give the alpha more than 1. I think it should be like 0 to 100. Like, let us see, like if the alpha is more than 100, it's going to work or not. Okay, so I'm going to change the alpha to like 112. I hope it will not work, but let us see. It didn't work. Okay, so these three are like these three, but you didn't get anything. Even I couldn't be able to highlight, so nothing is there. But if I change the alpha and let me like refresh this page, you're getting a result. So the alpha should be like between like 0 to 100. Okay, so this is how you can change the color by using RGBA. So we have seen how to change the color by giving the name or giving HEX value or RGB or RGBA. So we have also seen the difference of what are the values or what are the percentages that we can give, and we also experimented with RGBA as well. So RGB could be the values between 0 to 1000. If RGB is in a percentage, then it should be like 0 to 100, but A should be like a value which is 0 to 100. If we use the A as a percentage, will it gonna work? Let me see it. If I'm giving like for 12%, it's gonna work or not? Let me like see it right now. It's gonna work. You can actually use the percentage as well for the RGBA. Let's change everything into percentage. Let's save it. Now let's see what happens. Okay, it's even lighter right now. So it could be like either percentage or either value, that doesn't matter, and it could be a mix of percentage. But remember one thing, if you're using percentage for R, then you should use percentage for G and B as well, because RGB is a combination, right? So you should not use percentage for R and value for B or percentage for G like that. You can use percentage or value equally for the RGB, but for the A which means alpha, you can use either value or percentage or mixture, it doesn't care. But if you're using percentage for R, you should also use percentage for G and B as well. You should not use percentage for R and ignore the G, because it will not work, because RGB is a mixture. So if you're using percentage, use it for all the three RGB, and if you're using value, you can use it from 0 to 1000 for all the three RGB. But A is different. You can either use percentage or you can leave it and it can be like a value, it doesn't matter. Okay, so this is what I just want to tell you guys. So let's move on. So now let's see how to add a color by using HSLA, which is again hue, saturation, and lightness, and alpha. So it's pretty much the same. And style equal to double quotes and color HSLA. So hue should be a value, it should not be a percentage, it should always remain as a value between 1 to 10 or 1 to 100, doesn't matter. But SL can be percentage or value, doesn't matter. But A should be a value or percentage between 0 to 100. Remember, H should always remain as a value. The remaining, it can be percentage or value, it doesn't matter. And the value should be like between 0 to 100 and percentage should be 0 to 100 for all HS and LA. So try to give the alpha value like 0 to 1, because it's just for the alpha. If you give like 50 or 60, it will be like darker color which is heading towards the black. But you can actually give value for A as well between 0 to 100. But if you like give more the value, it will turn more the black. So try to give lighter value to get the lighter colors, like between 0 to 1. Okay, so what I'm going to do right now is so I'm going to give a title for my understanding as well. So this is HSLA, which means hue, saturation, lightness, and alpha. Okay, so what we have learned is H should be a value always between 0 to 100, and S, L, oh, I've given like 3 more values. Oh my god. Okay, so it should be like only 2 values. So what I'm trying to say here is H should always be a value, it cannot be a percentage. It can be like 0 to 100, and S, L, and A could be a value or percentage 0 to 100. What is advised is, if you're using a, better it should remain between 0 to 1, because more the number of A is, it will get blacker. Okay, let's go. Let's copy it and paste it, paste it, paste it, paste it. Okay, now we can also use it as a percentage, that doesn't matter. And we can use like 56 or 66. More the hue, it will get more different colors. Doesn't matter whether this is a percentage or value, but hue should always be a value. These three can be percentage or value, doesn't matter. Okay, I'm gonna check it. Right? Okay. So this is the HSA, and okay, something is wrong. Okay, I'm gonna like copy it and paste it on a new file. New tab. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna turn this into a HTML file. I'm gonna add the body right now. I want to paste here what I want to paste. So now let's save this. Let's name it as rainbows.htm. You can use htm or html, both are same. Okay, you can see the colors. So what I've done is I've named HSLA, and the name absolute beginners coding. For if you give the H as 1, then it will be black, nothing happens. Then the second one is if you give the H1 and if you change the percentages, so actually we can see some results like the pink one here. If you change the HSLA again to some different colors, it remains as black because it doesn't give any change at all. But if I give the percentage, if I change the percentage, I can actually see the change. So we should know the values, guys, for changing the hue, because if it is staying in black, that doesn't mean it didn't work. It's actually working. The result is the black. But I want to change the H between 0 to 10. Only then it will work, I guess. So the H should be like always between 0 to 10, I guess. So let's save it. Let's open it. Oh, even still it is same. or in HSLA the percentage only works? I guess so, because this is a value, right? It remained black. Okay, so yes, actually H should be value and S and L A should always be in percentage if it is HSLA. Okay, if it is like RGBA, then RGB could be percentage or value. A should be separated from RGB, because if RGB is percentage and A is a value, doesn't matter. If RGB is a value and A is a percentage, doesn't matter. If everything a percentage, everything is a value, doesn't matter. But in HSLA, H, which is hue, should always be a value, and SL A should also should be a value. I mean, should be a percentage. H only should be a value. S, L and A should always be a percentage. Now let's change this to a percentage. And A could be percentage or value, doesn't matter. I'm talking about S and L. Okay, I think we can see the changes right now. Okay, let's go. Okay, now we can see the changes, right? So what we have learned is in HSLA, H should always be a value. It could be like between 0 to 100. SL should be a percentage. A could be a value or percentage, doesn't matter. Okay, this is what we have learned. So we have got some different colors right there. So you can see that H is a percentage. I mean, H is not a percentage. H should always be a value. S and L is a percentage and A is a value. We got the result. H should always be a value. S and L is always a percentage. And let us see, like, if it is not a percentage, we are going to get a value. If it is a percentage, A is also a percentage. If we are getting value, A is not a percentage, we are getting the result. A can be a result or value. That doesn't matter. H should always be a value between 0 to 100. A is also should be 0 to 100, but advised to be in 0 to 1. But the real question is, if S and A is a value, it will not work. Yes, it should always be a percentage. Because we've already tried it, right? It didn't work. So A doesn't matter. It can be a value or it can be a percentage. H, it should always be a value. S and L should always be a percentage. Let's see it. So look, it should always be a percentage. Even here we got an value, even though A is not a percentage. And even here we got a value when A is a percentage. But H should always be a value, it shouldn't be a percentage. And S and L should always be a percentage, it shouldn't be a value. What happens if I change the H as a percentage? We will not get an answer. And what happens if I change the S and L to a value? We will not get the answer. Look, both are black, which means they are in default color and it didn't work. So H shouldn't be in a percentage and H and S should always be in percentage. So in simple words, HSLA, H should always remain as value. S and L should always remain as percentage. A, it could be a value, it could be a percentage, no one cares. Wow, that's actually nice. I don't know, like, you guys are learning from me or not, but I'm learning a lot of things from myself by experimenting all this thing. Great, let's move on. Okay, so next, what's the next to learn? So now let's see a quick recap, like how to change colors in HTML. By name, which is like this. Okay, this is how to change by name. Okay. Now let's see by hex. It's similar to the same. I mean, we should not type hex, we should directly write the value like ff2211, or it can't be anything, guys, but you should exactly know the value. So this is how to change by hex by RGB. Now what's the color? RGB by values between 1 to 1000. Like 500, 999, or even 1000, that doesn't matter. And by RGB by percentage, which should be 0 to 100. Okay. A, and again coding, and style, again color, RGB by percentage, like 10, 12, whatever comes to your mind, but it should be between 100 or even 100, no one cares. And by RGBA, and it can be anything by value or percentage, nobody cares. but A should be like between 0 to 100. It cannot exceed 100. Remember that. A should be like 0 to 100. We can also use percentages, which should be like 0 to 100 by RGBA. Okay, and so we should give a semicolon, which is a good practice. Because only when we give semicolon, it actually identifies that the page, actually the command ends. Okay, so now we have seen RGBA by percentage. Now let's see like HSL. H should always be value, which is 0 to 100. It should not exceed 100. Where S and L should always be a percentage. And yeah, I don't know, like in HSL we can use SL in value. I don't know, like let's try it, but I don't know. If it's a value, then S and L can be like between 0 to 1000. I'll try it whether I can do it in 0 to 100 as well. Okay, now by HSLA, so H should always be value from 0 to 100, and S and L should always be percentage. We have checked it already. Should be 0 to 100, and A can either be percentage or value. Percentage or value, it should be like 0 to 100. You cannot add A more than 100 even though if it is a value. We can test that A can be a percentage as well. So these are the basic uh, chances that you can add color to your HTML document. So now let's see them all. Let's open rainbows. So how to change colors in HTML by name? So we have changed by name, which is absolute beginners coding. We have used the name. Now let's open it. Okay. So how to change by name? We can write the name of the color red, and here we can see absolute beginners coding in red color. How to change the colors in HTML by name. So now let's see how to change by hex. We can type the value of the hex, which is again the value of red, and you can see the words are in red color. So now let's see how to change the value, how to change the color by RGB by typing the values from 0 to 1000. Look, I have entered 500, 999,000. So actually didn't work. Why? It is actually working, but the thing is that it is in white color. You can see it's working actually, but it is in white color. We can actually use the value 0 to 1000, that doesn't matter in RGB, but the value I have entered is in white color, so that's the reason you couldn't able to see. But when I'm highlighting it, you can see. So you can also enter the value. How to use the RGB with percentage? If you are using percentage, then it should be like 0 to 100. So by RGB by percentage 0 to 100, you can see I have mentioned the percentage like between 12 to 100. So you can get the answer here in dark blue. So how to change the color by RGBA? By using only values. So you can see that I have used only the values 0 to 1000. RGB can be like 0 to 1000, but A should be like between 0 to 100. I can get the value here, like which is in a sky blue. Now how to add RGBA only by using percentages? It should be like between 0 to 100, so you can get the result like here. So now let's see how to change the color by HSL, which is hue, saturation and lightness. H should always be in a value, it should not be in a percentage. It should be like 0 to 100, but S and L can be in percentage or it can be in values. So now we have seen in percentage it's working actually, so the color is changed. Now by values it's not working. So we come to know that in HSL, S and L should not be in a value, it should always be in percentage, so it will not work. So I'm gonna remove this because it will not work. I'm gonna save it and I'm gonna refresh the page. Now you can see HSL, H should always be in value and S and L should always be in percentage. Even in HSLA, H should always be in value 0 to 100 and S and L should always be in a percentage, and A should always, it can be like either percentage or value, because you can see that in this HSLA I have used H as a value, A as a percentage, I mean S and L as a percentage and A as a value again. In even this HSLA I have used H as a value because it should always be remaining in a value. S and L should be always in a percentage and A can be in a value or percentage, because we can see that here even I'm using in a percentage I'm getting the output, even I'm using the A as a value I'm getting the output. So this is the various types you can actually use, guys. So to change the color you can change it by name, by hex, by RGB values, by RGB percentage, by RGBA value or RGBA percentage, by HSL percentage or HSLA percentage. But A could be value or percentage, doesn't matter. So this is how you can actually change the colors in HTML. Nobody has ever given such a detailed explanation in the history of YouTube or Facebook or Twitch tutorial on colors alone, but I have given you guys. I have spent like more than 2 hours on the colors alone. So let's move forward and yeah, let's move forward. So now let's see how to add CSS in HTML. How to add CSS in HTML. Let's see it right now. Okay, so there are like 3 types you can actually use the CSS in HTML. One is like inline. So this is what we were using the whole time. So this is an example of how to add CSS in inline. So this is called as inline CSS. The second one is internal CSS. So how to add an internal CSS? If you want to add an internal CSS, what we can do is next to the HTML you can add style here, but let me like show it in a different document, new tab. So let me like show you how to add an internal CSS. How to add. Let me like show it to you. So first we have to create a doc type of HTML and HTML. Okay. Now within this I'm gonna create a head. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add style. Okay, so now this is how I can actually use the internal HTML. So what I can do is I can change the color like on here without going to the main body. So what I'm going to do is let me like go to the body. So inside the body I'm creating a paragraph. So let me write copy the one like what's inside the Wikipedia. So let me like copy the first paragraph right here and like copy as a plain text. This is what inside my paragraph, right? So now how to change the style of this? While we have already practiced how to use the inline CSS, like this is how to use the inline CSS, because we have directly inserting style in the line we have to change. This is how to change the inline CSS. But how to change the internal CSS? Next to the head we are adding an additional tag line which is style, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna name the body here and we're gonna use the parenthesis here and we're gonna tell what color of the body should be. Like what's the color? Like red. So instead of writing it in here, we can directly write here. So this is how to change the color. And if I'm adding another one, like after P, if I'm adding a or a H1, let's see what I can do. I can actually do the same for anything. I'm going to copy this. I'm going to copy this as well. Okay, let me like okay. Let me use the PR here. Okay, let me like save it. Okay. HTML or HTML, both are same. You can use either. So this is an internal HTML, guys. Instead of adding an inline, I'm going to the header and I'm adding an additional tagline here, like style. And below that, what I'm doing is I should actually use another one. Okay, now everything is good. Okay, I'm gonna mention the body. I'm adding the color here, and I can also add the background color, doesn't matter. Which is aqua, and I can also use border if I want, which is 2 pixels solid allow. This is what we can do, and this is h1. So we are using the parenthesis again, and we can do the similar one here as well. The color can be like tomato, and I'm giving a semicolon, and background color it can be like marine, and border it could be like of solid purple. So, and again I can use it for the A as well. Color is violet. Background color is green, and the border is 2 pixels solid silver. So this is the internal CSS, how to add an internal CSS. Let's see it. Okay, so the first thing is I've turned the body background into blue, so that's the reason everything is in blue. So I'm gonna take it out. So now everything will be in normal color. Let me like refresh it. So you can see that the color of the body what I've given is red. So everything inside the body has turned into red, and you can see that the border what I've given to the body is yellow, solid 2 pixels. So everything has a border of 2 pixels. Okay, so if I take the body out, you can actually see what's happening to the rest of the page. Okay, instead of body I'm gonna give P. So I'm going to the same page. So you can see that for the P I have given the color red, background color is aqua, and border is 2 pixels. I'm going to change into like 5 pixels so that it will be like more vibrant. Okay, now you can see it's 5 pixels right now. So this is what happens to the P inside the body, and this is what happens to the H1. Now this is what happens to the A. Yeah, this is what happens to the A. So the color is violet, background is green, border is like 2 pixel of silver, so it's really light, and the rest is A.
color is tomato. I mean, the rest is H1. The color is tomato. Background is marine. Border is purple. So this is the internal CSS. This is how to add an internal CSS. So the CSS should be added by typing the tagline style and backslash tagline style, and everything should be inside that. So how to add an external CSS? So we should create a separate CSS file. What we have to do is we have to create a HTML file. DOCTYPE HTML and another HTML and another HTML, and I'm gonna add the head, and I'm gonna add the head again, and inside that head what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add another tagline, which is a link, and I'm gonna type rel, which is relative path, rel equal to a style sheet, and then I'm gonna give the href, which is equal to the name of the file, which is a CSS file. So for that I have to create a CSS file. So I'm going to just name this blank file as a CSS file. So this is the name of this file, coloring.css. So I'm going to add the link to coloring.css. And whatever I does in the CSS will reflect in this HTML page. This is the external CSS, how to add an external CSS. So I'll show you an example of that right now. So head, in the head what I'm going to do is, okay, I'm going to write a body. Okay, inside the body I'm having a P, which is a paragraph. I'm gonna say apple is the best fruit, and other than that I'm gonna add a, see, I love banana very much. This is another great example. I want to save it. Let me like save it as external me.html. So what I'm going to do is I have linked the coloring.css. So I'm gonna go here. What I'm going to do is I'm gonna give colors to the P and A from another CSS file. Okay, I'm gonna give the color red, and background
color blue, border is 5 pixel solid yellow. This is what I'm doing here, and then A, so similarly we can do it. Okay, change like tomato, aqua, green. So let's save it. So now what happens is, if I'm opening the file external me, the styling what I've applied in the CSS file coloring will be applied to the HTML over here. So you can see that I haven't entered any internal, inline or internal CSS in this file. It's just the blank HTML document, but I've linked to the external file, which is coloring.css, to this. So when I open this file, the coloring files, which is coloring CSS files, styles will be implemented in this file. So let me open the external me file right now. Okay, see, the coloring has been implemented from the coloring file, because here I didn't add any internal or inline CSS. It has been taken from the external CSS. So this is the 3 types how to add CSS in your HTML. One is inline, which is like this. Another one is internal, which is like this, adding a style and below the header and doing the same. And the third one is external. So inline, internal, and external. So this is how you add CSS to your HTML. So let's move on to the next topic right now. So now let's see about how to add the HTML links. So for that, let me open a new page for you guys. How to add here HTML links. So let's see. So the one way is it can be A or H1 or H6. Between the H1 to H6, anything is fine. So let's see how to add a link. So Apple. Now what happens here is I'm gonna type href equal to, and I'm gonna type the complete URL here. So this is how you add a link. So now let's see what else we can do with this link. So in HTML links there is something called as the target attribute. So target actually opens where the link should take the user, and self, if you use self, it's a default, it will open the document in the same window. Blank, it opens the document in a new window. Or parent, it opens the document in the parent frame. Or top opens the full body of the window. So how your link should be opened, you can actually use it. So let me tell it right now. So this is a normal thing. So you can actually use it in target or self or blank or parent or top. You can use it either. So now I'll explain it to you. So how to use the target? So now let's see how to use the target right now. Okay, so I'll give you an example right now. A Apple. Okay, now I'm going to use the href and the URL. The URL is https www.apple.com. So this is a target, right? So this is the general link. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use target. I'm going to add target here. Target is equal to, I'm in double quotes. Okay, now I'm going to give blank underscore blank. So what happens if I give blank? If I give blank, the documents will open in a new window. So the link will open in a new window. So that's the reason we are giving blank. Okay, and the second format is self. So what happens if we use self? Let me tell you. Instead of blank, I'm gonna use self here. So if I use self, the document in the same window or tab as it was clicked. Okay, so the link will open in a same window. So if you click a blank, it will open in a new window. If you click self, if you are actually using target as self, it will open the same window. So let me like use C right now, which is parent. Okay, let me copy it. So instead of self, I'm giving parent as a target. So if I use parent, what happens? The document will be open in a parent frame. Okay, so now let's move on. So I'm gonna type the next one, which is top. So what happens if I use top? So if I use top instead of parent, I mean underscore top. So you should always use underscore for the target. Don't forget it. If you use top, the document will be using the whole body of the window. So these are the types that we can open the URLs. So this is how to add a HTML links. So I'm going to save this and I'm going to use it. Before that, I will convert the file into a HTML one. Probably let me add body as well. Okay, so now let's save this file. I will save it as links.html. You can save it as HTML or HTML, both are same. Okay, now let's see what are the different types that we can open a link. So this is the links. So we have all the links here. So the first type is actually blank. So if we use a blank, what happens? It will open the document in a new window or a new tab. So I'm clicking it. So it is opening in a new tab. Okay, it's a new window, right? It has opened a new tab right there. So I was in another tab. This is the okay, this is the document. So let me like zoom it out. The first one is blank. Okay, let me like zoom it out a little bit. So first one is blank. What the blank does is it will open it in a new window. I'm clicking on it. You can see that it has opened in a new window. Okay, so now the second one is self. What happens is it will open it in a same window. Okay, you can see I can actually go back because it has opened it in a same window. But in the previous one, it has opened in a new window, which is blank. And the third one is parent. Parent is, it opens the document in a parent frame. Let me click on it. So it is actually opening it in a parent frame of a new window. Oh, actually the parent is not actually opening in a new window. It's actually opening in the same window with a parent page, which is a new page. So this is the parent frame right here. So it is opening in a parent frame. So next one is top. It actually opens full body of the window. So the complete body is opened right now, right? So that's how you use the top. But you might have a confusion between parent and top because it does the same thing what a blank does or what a self does. Because when I click on a blank, it actually opens in a new tab. Look, it's a new tab. There is no back page button. But when I use self, it is actually opening the same in a same window. I have a backspace, I mean back button. But you might have a confusion between parent and top. Even parent has a back button and top has a back button. But what's the difference here is parent opens a document in the parent frame and the top opens a document in a full body of the window. Even if I like minimize it, look, I'm minimizing it. If I click on the top, what happens? It's actually opening it in a full body. It's not in a minimized form. So that's what they're trying to say here. So you will get more clarity on if you're using it in your real life. So this is how you can use the links in HTML. So now let's see how to use image as a link in HTML. Now let's go back to the document that we are using. Okay. Now let's see how to use image as a link here. How to use image as a link in HTML. Let's see that. Okay. So for that, what we have to do is let's create an A. Let's name it as Apple. Okay. Now what we can do is we can use the URL here, href, which is the URL. And src source should be the image what we have. So I have an Apple image, so I'm going to use it. So this is how you can create a image as a clickable link. So I'm going to change the height and width as well. The height might be like 300 pixels and same for the width. And if the image is not available in the destination, I can give the alternative, which is an apple should be here. Okay, so this is how you can use a image as a clickable link. So I'm saving this document. I'm going to open this document which is named as links. Okay, it's actually showing the link Apple. Okay, what did I do wrong?
Okay.
So what I have to do is I should add an extra thing. So the A should not be mixed with the image. Image should be like different from A.
Yes.
So let's add a semicolon, but it's not necessary, but it's better if we add. Let me save it. Let's go to the links. Okay, so there's an Apple image. If I click on the Apple image, it is taking me to the Apple website. So how to use image as a link in a HTML. So this is the Apple image, right? I'm clicking on it. Now it is taking me to the website. So how to do this? The first thing is, if you write a, then the name will be like Apple. So you can actually use the name as Apple, or you cannot. You can skip it. It's your wish. And what you can do is, inside the A you can add the href, which will take you to the URL, and then you can use the image next to the link, like how you use the image. And you can use it. So you can also use a target here. Okay, so this is how to use Apple, and you can also click on the same, it will work as well. You can also click on the Apple, it will work as well. But if you want either one to work, you can take anything off. You can take the word off, and you can save it. Now you cannot see the word, you can see just the picture Apple. If you click on it, it will work. Boom, this is how you do it. This is how to turn an image into a workable link in HTML. So let's move on. So now how to create a sending an email button in HTML. So let's see how to create it. Sending an email, click on link. So I'm giving a line space and a horizontal line, actual line. So how to add an email address in a HTML. Let's see that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use A, but you can use H1 to H6, doesn't matter. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to like contact via email. So I'm going to go inside this, I'm going to add the href as usual, and I'm going to write the email address like contact apple.com, like complete email address like https www.contactapple.com. So what happens is, if I save it and if I go to the links, you will have a link. If I click on it, what happens, it will take you to your login email. Let's click on it. It has taken you to the Apple website, because there is no such thing. Because let me like search the real Apple email. There should be one, right? There's no like contact. There should be an email address to contact, right? There's this thing. There's a support page, but there's no actually email page. Oh, this is a Twitter page. Like contact us. Okay, they don't have an email actually. Yeah, they don't have an email to write emails to them. I think for Sony, there will be like a image, like contact Sony through email. So actually, Microsoft has one. It does. Actually, nobody has an email to write. What's wrong with these people? Oh my god. I think Sony has one. Oh, it has live chat, doesn't have an email. Oh my dear lord. Nobody has an email nowadays. Okay, I'm not gonna waste my time by searching the emails of these people. So what happens is, if you type the right email here, then that link, if you like open your web browser, what happens is, actually if you click like contact via email, what happens is it will take you to your personal email inbox, and automatically the to address will be the link of the email address that what you have mentioned in the HTML document over here, and you can send the email. So I cannot show that because I'm on a live right now. I cannot hide my personal emails and show it to you, but you can try it on your home. What you can do is, you can actually have an email here. If your friend has an email address like xyz at gmail.com, but you should actually include https and this icon, I mean like colon backslash www dot and your friend's username at whatever service provider he has and .com. Only then it will work. It will take you to your personal email, and in the to section, this will be there. This will be there, and you can send an email. So this is how to send an email in the HTML. So you can try it on your own. Let me move on to the next one. So how to create a button as a link. So let's see how to create a button as a link. Okay. Now let's see. So I'm going to create a button here. Okay, so I have created a button here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to click on name for the button, Apple. So the rest is on click, and then it should be like document dot location equal to and single quotes. If you're actually using double quotes here, you can use single quotes here. If you're using single quotes here, use double quotes here. It's vice versa. Anything is workable. So you can, if you have a document, you can open it here. So the document is actually in an ASP file. I'm gonna use some HTML file. I don't know, will it work? Maybe. Okay, let me like save it. I've saved it. So I'm gonna refresh it. So here's a button. So while I'm clicking, it should take me to the page. Since it is not stored in a right format, it's actually not opening. So that's how you can use a button, guys. So creating a button is this simple, but the document, I should spend some time to create one. So this is how to create a button, but you can actually see that there's a button that we have created here. There's a button of Apple, right? It's a clickable button, but the file destination is not working. So we can work on it later on. Moving to the next topic. So what happens if you like click on a link? There are like three colors that you can actually add. The first is there will be a color to a link, and if you place your cursor over a link, it will turn the color. If you click on the link, it will turn into another color. So how to do that? How to create colors for the link? Let's see that. Okay. To do that, I'm gonna use an external CSS because it can be only achieved through that, or an internal CSS, but it's not achievable through the inline CSS. But I'm gonna use the external CSS right now. https www.apple.com. Okay, so how to change this as a clickable link? So I'm gonna tell you about one more thing, which is div. Div is something you can actually give a different name, like Apple. So instead of, if you're having multiple A's, how can you work on CSS? If you want to change a color of a particular A, it will not change. It will change the color of every A's, right? So that there comes the concept of div, where you can call the div name instead of calling the A. Okay, I'm gonna add a. Okay, I think. Oh, the external is not linked. We like link it. I'm gonna copy it. Okay, you can see the link. Relative path is style sheet. H reference is coloring.css. So I'm going to the coloring. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna call the div apple. So for that, what I want to do is I can type an hash and apple. I think the apple is in like small letters. Okay. Okay, now everything is same, rest of the thing is same. So while we are using div, you should actually use the hash. You should not forget it. So what we can do is we can use the colon here and we can type link, and the rest is same, like color, background color, or I think background is not necessary. Okay, now for the timely purpose we can use this red. I mean, I don't want to like use the background color as well, because I wanted to show how to use the different colors in a link. So this is one thing, and the next thing is again apple. Now what I'm going to use is visitor, and I'm going to change it like yellow. Third thing is apple, then hover, and the same. Okay, let me like save this one right now. So what happens is the link color will be in red, and when I'm placing my cursor over it, it will turn into yellow, and after I clicked at the link, it will turn into green. So this is what will happen right now. So I'm going to the links and I'm saving it. Oh my god, it has turned every apple. Oh, actually there's an apple right there. I didn't know that. Okay, let's change the name of the div. Harry Potter. So I have changed the name right now. Okay, I guess it is fine. Why still? Oh my dear lord, something is wrong right now. Every apple has the background. Okay. Link visited hover. Okay, everything was like pretty clean. I don't know what went wrong. I should actually add one more thing, which is active. Okay. Okay. Now let's try it. Now what's wrong? Okay, let me go to the links document and check it. Okay, pretty much everything is good here. Okay, actually the thing is doesn't work. I think it's problem in the div. Instead of div, I should try something else. Okay, now I have found what went wrong. So what wrong did I do is, so this thing is completely wrong. This is how we should use the div. What I want to do is actually, instead of using a, I have to use div, and I have to use class here, and the rest is same. So this is how to do it. And here we can actually use dot instead of hashtag. So that's what went wrong. So we are good right now. So you can see the apple is in black color. When I am placing my cursor over it, now it's turning into a yellow color. Now it's in yellow color because my cursor is in front of, or my cursor is over the apple. So now it's in black. When I'm placing my cursor over the apple, now it's in yellow. When I'm clicking it, you can see when the click is active, now it's turning into silver color. So this is what happens. And after the link is clickable, it will take you to the apple.com. It should actually take you to the apple.com, but it didn't do that. But the multiple colors is actually working, but the link is not working. I don't know what went wrong. That's the name of the apple.com, right? href. If I take this semicolon, will it work? Okay, so this is working. So if I'm placing over it, it's turning into yellow. If I'm clicking it, it is turning into silver. And after clicking it, it should take me to the apple.com, but that is not working. What went wrong? The nation wants to know. Let me like search it and find it out. It should actually work, right? Everything is right. What went wrong? Would I have to use target? Still, it's not working. Why? I think something should be wrong. Okay, let me like open a new document. Okay, we like do it here. So I'm creating a new CSS file here. So now let's save it as hello.css file, saving it, and I'm gonna give the link hello.css. So I'm gonna save this hello.html. So now what I want is, if I hover over the apple, now the color should change into yellow. If I'm clicking on it, it should change into silver, and after visiting the same, it should change into green, and the link should be in red color. So let's do it. Okay, so now this is in black. Still it's not working. I don't know what's wrong with this. Okay, let me like figure it out right now. Okay, something is wrong here. Let me like figure it out. Give me a moment. Yeah, I think I have found some potential answer for our question right now. But what we can do is, I can change this into a. Instead of div, I can use a, and I can save this, and can take this. Now it should work, but I don't know like how to work on div. So now we can see the color is in green, and over how clicking it, it is turning into silver, and now the link is opening right now. So first the link should be in red, then first the link should be in red, then while clicking on it, it should be in silver, then after clicking on it, then it should turn into green. So this is how it should be. Now let's see it right now. Oh my dear lord, something is wrong, I don't know what. So this is the HTML, right? Okay, so I guess it should be inside the body. Let's save it. So this is the HTML document. So doctype HTML head, yeah, head, that's fine. This is the body, that's fine, and this is the body, this is the HTML. So we have created a link to the hello.css, and inside the body we have a which actually take us to the .com of Apple, which is having a link here, and now this is the style sheet of a. The link color should be in red. While I'm clicking on it, it should be in silver. While I have visited the same, it should be in green. So while I'm hovering over it, it should be in tomato. Other cup. Then after that, if I go to my home page and I click on hello, it is not working still. After I've done everything, it's not working. I don't know why. Can I create another one? Okay. Now let's do it like this. I'm copying everything and I'm placing it in some new HTML file, and I'm going to name this as horse. Okay, I'm going to save this. Now I'm going to copy all this cascading style sheet thing, and I'm going to copy this. I'm going to have a new file. I'm going to paste it over here, and I'm going to save this as horse.css, and I'm going to save this as horse.html. So I want to change here as well. Let me save this. Now let's see it's gonna work or not. Let's go to the horse. Okay, so what's the color of the link? It's actually red. Why isn't green? Oh, I have already visited the same, so that's the reason it's in green. Okay, I guess so. So now I'm clicking on it, but when I'm hovering over it, it should turn it into yellow, right? It didn't turn. What's wrong with this? Okay, let me try something else. Let's save it. Let's save it. Going to the same. So now you can see that the link color is in red, right? So it is in red. So while I'm hovering over it, the color should be turned into tomato. So that's what happening while I'm hovering it. Okay, now it's working actually. Okay, now the color is in red while I'm placing my cursor over it, which is I'm hovering over the letter. Now it is turning into tomato. While I'm clicking on it, it is turning into silver. So I have visited the page, right? Now it has turned into green. Okay, this is working, guys. Actually, we have already visited Apple so many times, so that's the reason I thought it didn't work. Actually, it is working because since I have visited the Apple so many times, it is showing in green. Okay, now I come to know how to. Okay, this is how you actually use different colors in link, guys. So you can set the link color while you are placing your cursor over the link. You can choose what color it should be. At the time of clicking the link, you can choose what color it should be, and after visiting the link, you can choose what color it should turn. So this is how you can actually turn the colors. Okay, that's great. Okay, let's move to the next topic right now. So that was a huge headache. We have relieved from that. Okay, so we have learned about how to give colors to the different part of links, like what the color should be at first, what happens while you're hovering your cursor over the link, what happens while you're clicking, what happens after you click it. Okay, let's move to the next one. Okay, we have actually seen clickable images to a URL. So let's move to the next. So now let's see like how to use a floating image. Okay, let's see that right now. So I'm gonna open a new HTML. You can use on Visual Code. I'm using it on Notepad for the beginners understanding. You can use it on Visual Code, VS Code, or any text editor you have. It might be easy for you to type. I think even the div should have worked right, because since I have visited Apple as much as time, so that's why it has turned into color which should be green since we have visited Apple. Since we didn't actually visit Samsung, it actually worked well. So I think even the div is right. It didn't go wrong. Okay, so let's move on to the next. Okay, now let's see how to use image, which is a floating one. So let's name it as floating image. Okay, so now let's see how to use a floating image. For that, what we're gonna do is we're gonna add a paragraph. Great. And I'm gonna add an image source to that. So the source might be Apple, what I have, and you can also add an alternative if you want. Apple should be here. Great. And now it's a time to add some style. So I'm going to use the floating style, float colon right and semicolon width, which is like maybe like 50 pixels, and height, which is again another 50 pixels, and let me add something here after that. Okay, float from right to the text. This is one thing. Another one is another paragraph, and float from left to the text, and in P, okay, after the P I should add an image. Source should be like this, and another apple.png, and everything else is same other than the float should be from left. So now let's save it. So let me like name it as float.html. so what I can do now is, let me like open the float right now. Okay, as a float is over here. Okay, it's actually like left and it's actually from right, but I didn't think it's actually moving. It's actually floating, right? That's what I meant. So you can see the text is here. It is floating on the right, and the text is here. Now this is floating on the left. So this is how you can set the image to float to the text. So now let's move on to the next topic. So what are the image files that are actually accepted by the HTML? What are the image files that are accepted by the HTML? Okay, they are, the first one is APNG, is animated portable network graphics, and the second one is GIF file, so graphics interchange format. The third one is ICO, which is Microsoft icon, and the fourth one is JPEG, which stands for Joint Photographic Expert Group Image, and the fifth one is PNG, which is portable network graphics, and the last is SVG, which is scalable vector graphics. So these are the images file format that are acceptable in a HTML document. Okay, let's move on. So now let's see how to add a background image. How to add a background image. Okay, so what we can do for that is I'm gonna create a paragraph, and this text has a background image. Okay, so now going to the P, I'm gonna add the style, then I'm gonna add background image, and I'm gonna set the URL for it. So inside the bracket I'm gonna add a quote, single quote. Since I'm inside a double quotes, I'm using single quotes here. You can also use vice versa. I'm going to use apple.png here. I'm going to end it with a semicolon. So this is how to use a background image. Let's save this file, which is float. I'm going to open this. It has a background image which is like really small. We cannot able to see it. So what we can do to see it is we should have a larger wordings. Okay, let me like copy from Apple. Okay, so what I do is I copy this sentence right here. Oh, it's actually copying everything. I don't know, I don't care. Okay, let me like copy it, and what I do is I paste it here. Okay, so now it has a larger information, a big paragraph. Now you can see the background of this paragraph is an image of an apple. So this is how you can have a apple as a background. You can see that there is apples that what we have selected, which is a background of the wordings. So you cannot see the complete apple, since it should be like, the paragraph should be like at least this big. So to do that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give some line breaks in between. So I'm going to save it. So I'm going to click on float. So you can see it like up to here. So we need like still more line breaks. So I'm glad now I'm giving it power I want. I'm going to save it right now. Okay, so almost there. So this is how to add a background image of an apple or any other image to your text. So to do that, what you have to do is okay, so this is the paragraph file, right? What we can do is you can go to the style, which is inline styling, and you can add background image, and you can add the URL. You can use the source file, you can use the URL of another website's file, whatever you want to use it, you can use it. Then there will be a background. Boom. So if we don't want the apples to repeat itself, because we have like only one image, right? So how to stop repeating of the image? Let's see it right now. So what you can do is, after this, after the semicolon, we can type background hyphen repeat colon no repeat, no semicolon, I mean no hyphen repeat. So if you like type no repeat, the picture will not be repeating again and again, otherwise it will be repeating again and again. So now you can see that the apple, which has been repeating throughout the end of the page, has stopped now. There's like only one image, so I have set it to not repeat. So by default it will repeat. If you want not to repeat, then you should write this command, background repeat no repeat. For repeating, you need not to write any command, it will repeat it by default. Okay, that was nice. So you can also mention how much of a background space the image can cover and how much the image should be there. Like it should be like at the center of the page or something like that. The background attachment, we can also use that. So let's use that now. So I'm going after the repeat, giving semicolon, and I'm typing background attachment and colon to fixed. So it is fixed, it will be like in a fixed position, it will not move, and I'm saving it. And I'm also adding one more thing, which is background size, how big it should be. So you should always use a background size in two percentages in keeping height and width in mind. So I don't want the apple to take over the page. I just want it to 50 percentage. Okay. I'm saving it. So I'm going to click on the float. So it's actually 50 percentage. If I wanted to be further little, I can do it. Actually, there shouldn't be any commas. So now let's save it. So it has taken 50 percentage of the space. So if we want to increase it to the 100 percentage, let's see what's happening. What will happen actually? It's still the same size. So I think something went wrong. Background, repeat, no repeat, background attachment, fixed, background size, 100 percentage. Something is fishy. I think it should have a lot of paragraph, only then we can see the result, I guess. So let me like make it as a big paragraph. Okay, so we have a lot of words that has covered the apple, but still what I want to know is why the size is not changing as I expected it to change. Okay, so let me like use a CSS to shift that. Okay, what I do right now is so everything is inside a body, right? Okay, so now I will take everything. I'll take the piece. I think it's a paragraph, right? Take it out.
this. Now it's fine. Okay, so what I do is I will go to the body right here. I'm gonna type body, and I'm gonna type to parentheses, and inside that I'm gonna add background image, which is an URL which should be the Apple PNG, and this is background image, right? So I'm going to do it for background repeat, no repeat, and for background attachment it should be fixed one, and another background size is 100%. So with one is for the height and one is for the width. Okay, everything is good. Great. So now I'm gonna open the float. Okay, you can see that the 100% of the apple has been covering the whole page. Now we can reduce the size, so like 50%, because 100% is not the I mean the page size, it's a size of the actual picture. So now 50% of the original size of the picture, let's see. So this is the 50% of the original size of the picture. So this is how to add the size. So you don't confuse with 100% means the 100% of the page size. It's actually the 100% of the picture's original size. So the original apple size is like up to here. So 50% of that is this, not 50% of your page. You should not get confused. And I have also turned on no repeat. So if I take this out, then it will repeat. Now you can see the apple will be repeating again and again. So you can see like 4 apples right now. So I'm keeping on no repeat. So if I take the attachment fix, what happens? So if I take the attachment fix, it will turn into any size based on your page size. Now look, now it's in a good shape since the page size is different. If I maximize it, what happens? According to the page size, the shape changes. So that's the reason we should use attachment. Attachment is fixed. No matter what the page size is, it will fixed. The size will be fixed. So now look, this is a fixed size. So this is how to add an image as your background, and how to make it not to repeat by itself, but by default it will repeat, and how to make it as a fixed one, and how to change the size of your picture. Okay, now let's move on to the next one. So now let's see how to change the picture according to the different size of your screen. So if somebody is using a mobile phone, he should be seeing a different picture of the same page of the same website. If somebody is using a bigger screen like iPad, he should be seeing a different picture. If somebody is using a bigger
computer like laptop or a PC or Mac, he should be seeing a different picture according to their screen sizes. So let's see that right now. We create another page. Okay, now let's go inside the body. How to change the sizes of the image based on the screen sizes. Okay, let's see it right now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add this tagline, which is picture. You should also end with the same. Okay, now I'm going to add the source to this. Which what I'm gonna say is, if the screen size is like, for example, minimum width of like 650 pixel, then it should show, I mean SRC set, it should show like the apple what we have. Okay, then let us say the same happens to a different screen size, like minimum width is around 465 or something like that. It should show another image, and if it has a bigger screen size of like 1080, it should show another image. So let me see like what are the images I do have. So I have another apple, which is apple red, which is a JPG. Okay, let me like get some other thing. Go to the D right now. So I have like few pictures. I can copy it. I'm going to paste it here. I'm going to use it. Okay, let me like use iPad's JPG. iPad's JPG right now. So let me use like iPhone PNG. So basically what I'm trying to say is, if somebody watches or visits this website with a screen size of 650, like let me like screen sizes .html. Okay, if somebody is visiting this website with a screen size of like 650 pixels, he will be seeing an Apple image. With 465, he'll be seeing an iPad's image. With 1080 pixels, he'll be seeing an iPhone. Let's test it out.
Okay, let's test it out right now. So since it's not coming under anything, it's actually not showing anything. So let me like make it smaller. Okay, even though it's not showing, I don't know what's wrong. We have to add few more things right here within the header, which is meta, and meta name should be like viewport, and the content should be width equal to device width, and after a comma, initial scale should be equal to 1.0. Okay, so now it should work. It didn't work still. Let's save it right now. So let's add a title to this. Picture changes on different screen sizes. Let's save it. Okay, so I can see this, but not the pictures. Why? I don't know like what's wrong here. Everything has been done as per how it should be done, but still there's something. Okay, screen sizes. Okay, I'm opening the same page, right? But why the hell it's not opening? Oh my god. But it should actually work, guys. I don't know like what's wrong here. Probably you work it out in your mobile phone. You open the page in your mobile phone, it should work. There's no way this is not working. I have to enter a semicolon. That doesn't help. Still it didn't work. Like change the screen size. It didn't work. But if I take out the uh, minimum width, it will work. I don't know. It's actually not working. I don't know why. Okay, if I take the set. Okay, this is the problem here. I have mentioned it wrong. I have typed it wrong. So that's a problem here. I have found it. Okay, I was like wondering what happened. So always look for the spelling mistake, guys. You might copy and paste, but it's always the spelling mistakes. Even now it didn't work. Why? Why are you not working? Oh my god! But it should work. I don't know what's wrong. Let us find out, figure out.
Okay, so I have come up with some other ideas for this. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take this out. So let's do another thing. What I'm going to do is I'm going to type image, and I'm going to use set source equal to, and small like apple.png for width of 320 width, and I'm gonna add apple png other I have red. Okay, apple red of jpg is 768 width, and one more thing, ipads.jpg which is of the width 720. Okay, or like 1024 width. Then what I can do is I can actually set something else, just sizes. Max width, which is 320 pixels, and minimum could be like around 280 pixels. Another width is like 768, which would be around like 720 here. Okay, and there's possibilities of 1024 pixels as well. Great. What I can do now is going to, for the source, large night cage. Oh, another image. Okay. Which might be like iPads Pro. There shouldn't be any space in between the source files. It's a JPG file. Okay, this will be shown at any other mistake has gone. And finally, an alternative if nothing is working. There should be an image showing here. Okay, this is what it should be. Okay, now let's save it and let's go to the screen sizes and test it out. Oh, that's great. So now it's working, completely working. At a bigger screen size, we okay, let me like change the screen size real quick. So now it's showing iPads, which mean we are in the screen size of like 1024. I mean, it's actually showing the iPad Pro since we are not in a smaller screen size, right? So that's the reason it is showing actually the iPad Pro. So if you like watch it in a smaller screen size, I think it will change. Oh no, even it is actually taking it as a big screen. So if you actually try it out in a mobile or something like that, it will change, because even if I minimize it, it is considering it as a big screen and it is not changing the size, but it's actually working. So this is how to change the screen size, guys. So what you can do is at the head you can add the meta name like this, and then at the image source you can add the image and what width it should be shown, like 3 different images at 3 different widths, and you can set the sizes of the screen at further below, like maximum width should be like 320 pixel and lesser should be like 280, and maximum width should be like 768, lesser might be 720 or 1024. So if none of the screen sizes applicable, then it should show the final source. So for me, none of the screen size is applicable, so that's the reason it is not picking up the same, because I'm using a computer PC monitor right now, so that's why IPOS is shown. So if you are using in a mobile or something like that, you can test it out. So this is how you change the image at different size of your screen, guys. Let's move on to the next topic. So now let's see like how to add a favicon in a HTML. So what is a favicon actually? So that's a little icon when you're using a website. So if you're like using a website like Wikipedia, so You are seeing a little icon here, right, in a tab like W symbol. That's a favicon. So now let's see how to add it. So in all our HTML pages we don't see a favicon, right? So this is our HTML page, but we didn't see a favicon right here at the tab. So let's see like how to add a favicon right now. So to do that, what we have to do is, and let's go to the head part. Let's add a title right here, and let's see like my page title. And let's add a link to the CSS. I'm into the icon or the CSS. Okay, now let's add a relative path to the icon. Let's type icon, and let's mention what type it is. It's an image type, and we can also tell it is a little X icon. And now let's add the source. So I'm gonna add the apple.png. So now this is how you add a favicon. So I'm gonna save this file and name it favicon.html. Okay, now let's open it. So you can see a little apple symbol here. That's a favicon, right? Okay, so this is how you can add a favicon. Great, let's move on to the next topic. So like let's see like what are the browsers. Pretty much any browsers can access the favicon, right? So like if we are using a Chrome or Safari, Opera or Firefox or an Edge, it doesn't matter. So you may know that the title actually adds the title to your page. So if I go to the favicon and if I click on it, so you can see the title, my page title. So that's a title I have given to this page. So I can also change it to Apple, and I save it. If I open the favicon, the title will be like Apple. So this is how to change the title of your HTML page. So the next thing is like the most important thing in this HTML chapter. So it's the most interesting thing as well, how to create a table. So let's see how to create a table right now. Okay, so now let's see like how to create a table in our HTML. So this is a very important one. everything is important. This is like even complicated, so you have to pay attention to the same. So to do that, simply enter table inside a bracket, and it should also end with the same. Let's copy it and paste it, and let's have a backslash here. Great. Now, so first thing is we have to add a table row. So to do that, add tr inside a bracket, and another one we should be adding the same. We should have a backslash. So whatever we are entering here, it will be considered as a table row. So each and every table row should have a table heading, right? So now add a table heading like this. So now let's type the name, I mean like first name, like this, or you can also use space, doesn't matter. And what should be there in the second one? Probably the middle name. And after that it should be like the last name, and after that it might be the department, and it might be the designation. Okay, last name, next one, and later on it might be the department, and next one is designation. Great. Okay, so this is what comes inside a table row. Now let's add the table data. So we have actually created a table row. Now let's create the table data right now. Great. So this is the table heading, right? So inside the first table row. So now let's another table row. So this is the second row. Should be having a lot of table data, like 10 people. Okay, so what would be the first name? Like Aaron, and Andy, Amber, Austin, Adriana, Lice, Gabby, Ginger, Daniel, Rose, or Ellen. Okay, so all these are like a table row for the first table head. So now let's add the second table head under the middle name. So one more left. That's Jimmy right there. Okay, now let's add the another table row. Okay, now let's add the table data. Okay, like, I don't know like how many. Add 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12. So I have added like 12 people, so I'm gonna add the middle names like Broom, Kennedy, Kelly, Faith, April, Hope, Meg, Broom, Stanley, Miller, Prayer. Okay, so there's like 12. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10, so 2 more to come. Bloom, Mac Brown or something like that. So let's add another last name right now. TR with a backslash, and let's add like 10 table data. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12. That's nice. Oh, let's add something like Barney, Pascal, Danny, Leon, Clutter, Brian, Oakley, Bradley, Brandon, Zeth, Zion, and Nebula. Okay, this is the last name, and we have a few more to fill. Okay, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12. Okay, now we should be entering the department, right? Let's like HR, like quality testing, and same like software development, same like a sales team, like CEO, or CEO is not a designation, it's like might say again sales. Okay, TR, and 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12. Where these are the designation, right? Oh, like senior, junior, senior, mid, level 3, like, and CEO. Okay, so this is how to add a table row and table column data, guys. The first thing is you should add a table like this, and it should end with the same like this table. And first thing is you should add the table headers. So to do that, first you should add the table row like this, and inside that you should add the table header like this, and like 1 2 3 4 5 table head. And another one is inside the table 5 table head I should have the as much as data I want. So I have chosen like 12, like this is the first table head, first name. This is the second table head data, like middle name. This is the third table head data, which is last name. And this is the fourth one, which is a department. And this is the fifth one, which is the their designation. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to save this, which is favicon, right? So I'm going to see the table right now. So this is the table without any borders and anything. So this is how it will look. Okay, so I think I have done something wrong, which I've done it in a wrong order, right? Like, okay, I've done it in this order. I should do it in this order. Okay, I'm going to redo this. So what we can do is we should consider that first the table row and the table head. Head means which will come on the table row head by 1 2 3 4 5. So what we can do is we should not add all the first name here. We should add each and every department here. Okay, I understood now. So let's copy it and paste it here. And now let's copy it. Now let's copy it and paste it here. Now copy it and paste it here. So let's copy it and paste it here. So this is how we should do. So in one table data we should complete a person's data, like his first name, middle name, last name, designation or department. So like that. So this is how to do it. So in the order how we did here, likewise we should do here. That's a wrong that I've done. Okay, I will do it here as well. So let it be the middle name and it will be the last name. I'm gonna add their designation and department like this, and boom, we have done. So again, like this, we are done. Right. Okay. Right. That's actually nice because it's kind of confusing every time. But what you have to remember is how you have written the table headers. We have to complete the another next coming table rows data as well. Okay, so what we have done is we have created a table right here. So this is the table, starts with the table and ends with a backslash table. And at the first table row should be created, the element, tag element should be created, and inside that table head should be created, first name, middle name, last name, department designation. And it should be filled only in this order in coming every table row. So I've created another table row where the data of the first name and middle name of the same person, last name of the same person, his designation, I mean his department and designation, everything is written, and the second person's data, third person data, and it goes on like that. So this is how it should be done. So I'm going to save this. So if I go open this favicon, now you can see everything is in order. So let me like zoom it for you guys. So you can see that first name, middle name, last name, department, and designation, everything is out. The missing thing is the border. So what I can do is I can create a border right now. So what I do is I go to the top, below the head. What I do is I create a link and I create a relative path which is rel, and inside that I type style sheet, and after that I give h reference. Okay, so let me like table.css. I'm going to create something. I'm going to save this as table.css. So now how to add a border? So I'm going to mention table, and I'm gonna add a border here. Type border, so I'm gonna type like 1 pixel since it's a borderline, and solid black. That's fine. I'm gonna save this, so now it will be having a borderline. So I'm like, let's save this. It should work. Oh, it has a borderline right now. So what else we can do is we can add padding so that you can separate each and every element right there. Okay. Oh my god. The padding has been done, but what I can do is I can create a border for the table row and table data as well, right? Table row and table data. So now I think it will be fine. So now it will be fine, guys. So now we can see everything is under a beautiful borders. So you can add borders to the table head as well. So let me add it. Let me go, and okay, now we have seen the borders for the table head, table row, and table data. So this is how to create a table, guys. The first name, the last name, middle name, the last name, the department, the designation, name of the person, first name, middle name, last name, his department, and his designation. So this is how to create a table in HTML. So what to do? Let's have a quick recap. First, what we have to do is we have to create a table element with a table inside the bracket, and it should also end with a backslash. And first we have to create a table row below the table, and it should end with a backslash tr, and in between or inside the table row, the first table row, there should be table heads. Okay, so you should mention the heads, and remember what is inside the same is gonna repeat again and how many times you want. So again another table row, but now we are gonna fill the table data of these table heads. So the first name of the person, the middle name of the person, the last name of the person, department of the person and the designation of the person. You can repeat it as much as time you want, but every time you remember that you're going to fill the data of this table heads, not in one table row you should fill the 10 first name or 10 middle name, not like that. You should only able to fill the table data of the table heads that we are given in the first table row. So in each repeating table row you're going to fill the table data of the table heads at the first. So this is how to do, guys. So we have successfully created a table, and we also actually created the border and padding for the table, table row, table data and table head as well. The final product is this. We can also add colors to the same. It is easy. Let us add a color and make it colorful. Okay, I'm gonna add a color which is like aqua, and background color which is actually red, and what else, border color. Border color actually we can give here actually like solid green. Padding might be yellow, but just for the experimentation, don't do this. But whatever I'm giving here is true, but you need not to give a padding color like this and all. It's just for the experimentation. Let's see our colorful page right now. So what happens here is the color is actually aqua and the background is red. Actually I can turn this into red and the background into aqua. So let me like refresh it, so you can see that the color of the letters are in red, background is in aqua, and the border is in green, and the padding is in yellow. Since it's like really small you couldn't see it. Couldn't be able to see the padding. Padding is the distance between each and every letters, guys. Each and every words actually. So padding might be like behind the background color. So if you turn off the background color, you might see the padding color. So I think you can see the background color right now, or it's behind the border. No, padding is not behind the border as well. Wow, it is even nicer like this as well. Now let's go back. Okay, now we are back. The color is red, background is aqua, border is green. So this is how you can color your table in a HTML. So let's move on to the next topic. So you can actually do like a lot of things with the borders in the table. So let me teach you that. So let's see what else we can do with the tables right now. So what are the different types of borders you can actually add? So what we have added is a solid one, right? And you can also use another one, which is like a border collapse. Which is collapse. What happens if we add a collapse? Let's see. So you can see that if we added a collapse, now it's actually in a same order. So let me like show you without the collapse. So let me like take out the collapse. So you can see now it is collapsed, which means now we have a straight line, not a double line, because the borders have collapsed. Because if two borders are meeting with each other, it will collapse and it will merge into single one. So that's a collapse, right? Like this. So this is with the collapse, we will be having a single border. If I take the collapse away, now this is with the collapse. Now I'm taking the collapse away. You can see you are having a double borders like this. So for a single line, what you can do is you can actually collapse the borders, and the table like this will turn like this. It will collapse into a single line. Okay, so what else we can do? So let's do something. Let's change the color. Okay, now let's see, but it will be like the same, but it's another way. Okay, it's the same. Okay, now if you want like round table borders, we can also add that. So to do that, you should actually add a border radius. Okay, so this is the border radius right there. I'm saving it. So this is without the border radius. Now I'm adding the border radius. Now you can see it's a rounded one. So without the collapse, it will look even more beautiful. Now you can see that it's a rounded one. So this is how to add a rounded table radius. We can add the border radius, and you can add how much pixel you want it to be, and you can have it. So this is how to add a border radius. And we can also add some border style. Let me like take out the radius, and let me add a border style. So let me add a dotted style first. So now we'll be have a dotted style. So this is without the dotted style. So now you can see that the line has been changed into a dotted line. So this is how you can change the border style. So you can simply add border style, and you can type dotted, and you can also use dashed instead of dotted. And let me open this. So this is dashed. So the earlier one was a dotted one, and this is a dashed one. So you can see that this is a dashed one, and you can also use a solid one, which is a thicker line that we have used it earlier. So this is the solid line, and we can also use a double. So let's see. So you can see there is a double line. You can see that there is a double line. So this is how to use that. You can use a double in the border style, and you can also use groove. Let's save it, and let me go back to it, and let me refresh the page. So this is the groove. So you can see that there is a embed type of format here. You can see it, I guess so, like green and red. So this is the groove. It's like a frame, and you can also add bridge. Let me save this. Let me go to the page, and now I have added the ridge. So it's a inward embedded, like a billboard thing. So you can see this is the ridge, and you can also use inset. So this is how to use inset. The left one will be in a black color, and the second later on will be in a green color. So this is how to add a inset. So one part will be in another color, another part will be in another color. So this is how to add an inset, and you can also add an outset as well, right? So let's see how the outset looks like. So this is our outset. So it's like a vice versa. Then now the outer part will be in a green, and the inner part will be in the black. So because we have added the border green, right? So if you add the border as red, the outer part will be in a red. So this is how it is, and the inner part will be in a reddish black. Okay, so this is the outset. So we can also choose none, or we can take this out, or you can also use this hidden. Both are same. So these are the different values that we can give for the border style. So you can also set different sizes for each column of the table. Okay, let's do it. So I'm going to the favicon where we have stored the table. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to inside the table, I'm going to type style, and I'm going to give a double quotes right there. You can use single quotes as well. I'm going to type width. I'm going to type it 100%. Shouldn't have any, it should have the 100% size. The table should always be 100%, guys. It shouldn't be less than that. And the table head, let's say table head should be 70%. Let's go. It applies for the same everything. You can also set it for the another table head, everything. Okay, so the thing is that the first name will be like really big, so I'm gonna give it like 40. Middle name is again like I don't want 40, like 25. Middle name is again 25, totally 50. Last name is around like 20. And let me like change this. So if the table is 100, I'm going to divide it like first name 20, second name 20, and last name 20. Total is like 60 percentage, and we have like another 40 percentage right now. So I'm going to give like department around like 25, and the designation is around 15. So it's 40 again. So now total is 100. So you can also give different sizes to the different table heads. So this is how you can do that. So now I'm going to open the favicon as well. So we have to mention whether it's a width or height. I'm gonna go with width. Can do it for the height as well. We'll save this. So this is without the changing of the table's size. Now you can see that. So these three are in 20 percentage, and this has like 25, and this has like 2015. So you can actually set the table size like this, but you have to mention at least how much the width and height should be. So I don't want to change the height, so it doesn't have like any two lines. So I'm changing the width alone. So this is how you change the size of the width and height of each column and row. So what you have to do is, in a table row, for each and table head, you can choose the width. If you want to change the height as well, you can do that. Like you can add a semicolon and a height, then it should be around again another 20 percentage will be heighter as well. So let me like show it to you. I think you should have a separate double quotes. I don't know, I'm just trying it out. It's not working. So what we can do is we can take this out. It should actually work. I don't know like what's wrong, but we can actually change this height and width at same time. Okay, we should actually set the height here as well. That's the thing I forgot to do. Change the height is 100 percentage. Now I can do it inside as well. Like I can do it, height is like around 50. Let's see, like let it edit everything be like 10, 20, 30 and another 20, so which is like totally 100, 20, 30, 40, 50 and 50, 100. So now let's see this. I don't know whether it's going to work or not. Actually it didn't work. I don't like how to change the height and width of the same table, but it should work. I think we should add dual double quotations. Probably this way it might work. Or there shouldn't be anything like this. Let's see. It didn't work, but the width is working. Oh, no, it's not working actually. Something is wrong. So now we have changed the width alone. So now this is how it looks. If we want to increase the height, let's see how to do that. Okay, so to change the width and height of a same table, what we can do is we can take this to the external styling, which is an external CSS. So what I can do is, let me like take it out. Okay, so I'm going to the CSS part right now. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take the table away, paste it right here. I'm gonna add this, and what else I'm gonna add here is gonna add the width here in table, which is 100%. It should always be 100%. And in the table head, th, I'm gonna add height. It shouldn't be the percentage. It can be, it cannot be the percentage, the table height. It can only be the values like pixels. I'm gonna add like 70 pixels, like that. So if I save this, if I go here, so you can see that table height is actually increased like 70%. So this is how to do, and this is how it should be done, guys. So you can use the cascading style sheet like a separate CSS file, and you can add the table width like 100%. The width should always be 100%, and the table head we can separately type a table head, and we can set the height to 70 pixel, and you cannot actually use the percentage here. Even if I use it, it will not work. So it didn't work, right? So you should always use pixels, like 50 pixel might be fine. Great. So this is how to change the tables width and table head height or table data height. This is how to do that. Okay, let's move on. So previously what type that we have entered the data is, we'll be like adding the where does what happened to the table. Okay, let me like open it. Oh, it's here. No, it's the CSS. I need the HTML. It's actually like favicon. And what happened to the favicon? Oh, not this. So previously, how we have entered the data, we have entered the table and we have entered the table row, and inside the first table row we have added every table head, and next coming table row we were adding actually the table data, right? So we can do it another way as well. Let me show it to you. So let's add a table like this, and let's add a table row, and let's add a table head, and let's type the first name, and we can add all the data of people containing first name as well. Okay, like Amber, Andy, Aaron, Miley, Jacob, and like David. So these are all the first names, and we can do it for the middle name and so on. So let's type table head, like middle name, ed, like this. Like how many? 1 2 3 4 5 6. Okay, 1 2 1 2 3 4 5 6. Like middle name might be like McLean, that everyone has a middle name of the same type. So this is the middle name, and we can add the last name as well for that table row should be there. Okay, let's add a table head, which is last name, great, and let's add table data, like 6 more times. Great, last name might be Kelly, Brad, Bevan, Andy, Lincoln, Kelly, Okay, so these are some of the other type how we can add the table data. So let's add some borders to it. So that, let me create a link to CSS page. Creative is, it's a style sheet, and href is tables dot css. So this will be their tables dot css, and let us have everything the same. So let me like save this, which is tables.html. Right, now let's open this. Tables, I don't know, like it didn't work. So now I guess it should work. Okay, now it's working actually. So there's a McLean, which is an extra. So that's just fine, and here I have missed the middle name. Okay, so this is how, the other way how you can like fill the tables. You can either completely write the table head within a table row and you can fill the data, or for each and every table row you can write their names and you can fill the table. So this is your wish. Let's move on. So now let's see how to do paddings right now. So I'm gonna add a padding right here. So let's see the tables right now. So now it has a padding, it has a gap right here, that's a padding. So let me like increase the padding furthermore, like let me like decrease it and save it. So you can see that earlier we have like 15 pixels. Now I have reduced it to 5 pixels. So now you can see the padding has reduced, and let me like increase it back to like even 25. So now let's see like how the 5 pixels padding will change to 25 pixel padding. So now you can see, so padding is nothing but the distance between the word and the border. So that's the padding. Now it's 50 pixels up and down, so that's the padding. Right, let's move. We can also like specify padding specifically for top, bottom, left and right. So let's do that. So that was like for completely up, down and left and right. So now let's do it specifically. Now this is padding top. Now this is padding bottom, and this is padding left. This is padding right. Now let's save it. And okay, this is how the padding will look. We add it for top, bottom, left and right. Right. Let's delete the extra one, and there should be a name. Okay. Oh, I think now it should be fine right now. Now everything is good. So this is how to set the paddings individually. Now let's move on. So how to like give a space for borders, that has been done by the help of border spacing. So let's go to the table here and let's add border spacing. Okay, let's save it. Now let's see it. So we have given the border spacing it like 30 pixel, which is really less. I'm going to give like 300 pixel right now. Okay, I can use the percentage, I guess. Still it's pretty small. I think only within the 100 pixels we can use it. Oh, great. It didn't work. I think I have to like save here as well, the HTML page as well. What's wrong with this? So I have removed the width. Now let's see, it should work. Okay, now it is working. So okay, this is the border spacing. So this is the space between the border, which is 10 pixel. You can see it right there like this. Okay, this is how to add a border spacing. Let's move on. So now let's learn about something new, which is again inside the table. Right. So there's something called as call span and row span. So what is a call span? It's a column span which can hover over the, you can make a cell hover over the all the column, which is a call span. In row span we can make a cell from a row to hover over many rows. So let's see about that. The name of this is call span. Okay, and let's see about call span right now. Right. Right. Call span equal to 2 and name and let's add something here like age, and let's add another table row. Let's add a table data. Let's repeat it. Great. Let's add Abby, Brandon, Sheldon, Missy. Okay, this is guys from the Sheldon. Okay, these are the table row, and this is how to add. This is a table name which can take up to 2 cells, and age. Okay, now since we can we are saying that name instead of first name and second name, so this will occupy 2 cells. So the name might be like, the first name and last name might be like Abby, Missy, and the third one the table data, and he might be like 25. Another one might be around like 20. So this is how to add a call span. So now let's save it. Let's name it as call span.html, and actually we should add a link. Style sheet and href call span.css call span.css. Okay, now let's see how it looks. So you can see that the name column has taken 2 cells with the first name and the last name, and age has taken 1 cell. This is how to use that. So it looks terrible because of my padding. Okay, it should look fine by now. Great. So the reason is, what is a call span? So it might take like 2 or 3 columns for a single cell. So the cell name actually taken 2 columns of first name and middle name or last name, whatever it is. So that's a call span. Like how many span numbers you're giving, it will take up to as many cells in the column. So you can see that in the table head of name I have given call span equal to 2, which will take 2 call span. If I give like a row span, it will take two row. So let's see about the row span right now. Name, another table data as amber. So I'm moving to the next table row. So I'm giving the table head as mobile. So some people might be having like 2 or 3 mobile numbers. So I'm gonna give the row span, which is 2, and it will take up to like 2 cells in the row. Right, let me add the table data. Like some random number and another random number. Okay, so this is a row span. Add a link. And add the name. Okay, now let's see how the row span is. The row span is actually working, but not the tables. Let's see what's wrong there. So this is the tables. So this is pretty much good. I don't know why it's not working. There should be any spelling mistakes. It is a problem here. Now it should be working. Oh, thought, what happened? Okay, so you can see that the row of mobile actually taking up 2 cells, and the row of the cell of name actually taking only amber is having like only 1 cell. So this is how you can use the row span for using 2 cells for single element. So row span means how many cells you want to occupy for the same data in a row. Column span, which is col span, means how many columns you're gonna occupy for the same kind of data, like name, which is actually taking up 2 cells in columns, like 2 cells in columns. And row span actually taking up 2 cells of a row, and it's actually taking 2 columns. That's a col span. Okay, so let's move on. So now let me like teach you how to add different colors to even rows and different colors to the even column. Let's do it. So let's choose the tables for that. So I'm gonna go to the tables here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna type table. So what I'm gonna do is add a border collapse, and I'm gonna type collapse, and I'm gonna add the width as 100%. It should always be 100%. And I'm gonna write the th and td now. So I'm gonna add the text align, which is left, and I'm gonna add the padding, which is again 8 pixels. So by this you can actually see the difference, and we are like few must do, like table row, 9th child, and it should be even. And let's add the background color right now. Okay, so let's see how it has come. Let's go to the table right now. Okay, so you can see that the middle is in red and the first and third is not in red. So this is how you add a color with leaving a odd and coloring the even. So now let's add the border for that. There's no border in that. Okay, that's a good border. So add the same here and let's save this. Now it's good, right? So this is how to add a color by leaving the odd and by coloring the even. You can do it to the odd as well. So you can see the odd has been colored and the even has left out. So you can color the column by leaving out uh, the rows as well. Okay, let's save this and okay, let me like change something here. So it's a th. Okay, now it would be great, I guess so. So you can see that every column which is even is colored. So this is how you color the even one. So what you want to remember is the th and the td is for the column and tr is for the row. So this is how you actually color the odd or even tables, I mean the rows or columns in an odd or even number in the table. You can do it, you can try it out. So now let's see like how to group something in a table. Now let's go here and let's copy this and create another table. Okay, now let's create something which is a call group. Okay, now inside the call group, what you're gonna do is gonna add a call span, which is 2, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to add the style now, which is going to be the background color, which is, it might be red. Let's close it here, and let's close the call group as well. Now let's add a table row, and let's add the table head. Okay, let's add few more table heads, like let's add the days, like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Sunday as well, and another one is Saturday. Okay, now what we can do is we can add a link, we can add a relative path, and we can add a href, which is like call group dot css, and this will be call group dot html. Now this is a call group dot css. Okay, so let's see it, what we can do. Let's add a border collapse, and let's see what's going to happen right there. Great. So you can see that it has been highlighted. Let's add few more data right there. Now HTML file, like 7 datas, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's add in a 7 more. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And add few more like this. 1, 2. So 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So it might be like 17, 18, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, and 28. And this will be like 29, 30, 31. Again, 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is how it will be. Now let's open it, the call group, and see the data right now. So this is how it will be. So basically what a call group is, it should actually give some colors to some Sunday and Saturday like that. Let's do it. Let's change the padding size. Let's enter the style inside the table, and let's enter the width, and let's mention the width to be 100%. Should always be 100%. Now let's try it. No improvement. let's use it as a okay. I can do another thing, I guess so. Okay, let's do like this way. So kind of like, okay, I'm gonna write call or span. I use it like that way. But this is just a try, guys. Okay, actually, if you want to use a call group, the CSS file, you cannot use it. You can only use the internal one. So I'm trying to use it in an external, which will not help. Let me like use it in an internal one. Okay, so this is how you can actually use the call group color. So we are actually coloring the Sunday and Monday alone. So this is how to do that. And if you want to do it to the Saturday, you have to then group it like Saturday, Sunday, like that. So the call group will not work on the external CSS. It should work only in the internal CSS. So that's what we did. So we actually mentioned the call span, which is 2, which is it should take the 2 column and turn into the background color of red, and rest is same. So this is how you can turn the call group to color multiple columns of rows or column when the rows are like same. Now let's move on to the next topic. So now let's see what's an ordered list and an unordered list. Okay, let's see it right now. Let me copy the same and let's create a new HTML file. So what's an ordered list and an unordered list. Let's do it. Okay, now let's see the ordered list. So ordered list should be like between, within the UL. So every list should have li. Great. 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 and 10. So let's see, like what to say, like my favorite fruits are, so my favorite fruits are, okay, so like apple, orange, banana, mango, jackfruit, and strawberry, pineapple, and what else to say, like cucumber, then dragon fruit, and let's say like blueberries. Okay, so these are the ordered list. So let's see about the unordered list right now. And ordered list. Okay, great. Now let's see other one. Great. My favorite vegetables are, like these are like and what we have seen, these are the order list, and UL is unordered list. This is unordered list. So let's see the ordered list right now, which is OL and OL. Let's see carrot, radish, eggplant, and cabbage, spinach, then what is to say, beetroot, then onion, no, potato, onion. Tomato is not a fruit, but let me add it. Tomato, and what else? Chili, cauliflower. Okay, so let's save this. Like lists dot html. So let's see the lists right now. Okay, so you can see these are the unordered lists. Let me like maximize. So these are the unordered lists. It will be like with a bulletin icon, and these are the ordered list, which will automatically adds the numbers to that. So this is the ordered list. So there are like other lists as well. So let's learn about that right now. And let's go back to the lists HTML page. So there's something known as DL, which actually stands for description lists, and DT, which stands for description term, and DD, which stands for describe the term of a description list. Okay, so this is how it is done. So let me like show you a example of the same. Okay, this is a description list, right? Inside that description term, and if it is like Apple, and now it's time for DD, which means a fruit, right? So now let's say like another one. Let's see, banana, and it's a tasty fruit. So now let's save this and let's look into the HTML page right now. So you can say this is a description, this is a description term, this is a description list. So apple, a fruit, banana, a tasty fruit. So this is dt, this is dd. Okay, this is the another form of lists. So these are the lists available in HTML. So there's some other thing which is a block level elements. Now let's see like what's a block level elements are. Okay, so now let's see what are the block level elements in HTML. So the first one that we have seen it earlier, which is address, and the second one is article. If you're writing an article, you can use that. You can use aside, you can use canvas, and you can use div. So div is like we can use it often, we're gonna use it often. And dt, we have used it just now. And fig caption, and footer, then like h1 to h6, you know that, h1, h2, h3, then h4, h5, h6, h7, h8, h9, oh, I'm so sorry, like it's only up to h6 or so into the process. So then hr, then main. So everything starts with the same and ends with a backslash, guys, remember that. So these are the different kinds of like block level elements in the HTML. And you can also use the non-script and tfoot and video and block code, then dd, then dl, then figure, then field set, then form, then header, then li, then nav, then ol, then re, then table, then ul. So these are the different kinds of block level elements in HTML. So you can see there. So these are the different types of block elements in HTML. So in addition to that, there are like something called as inline elements. Let's see that as well. Let's say like ABBR, like acronym, like B and BDO, BR, big, button, and site, and code, then DFN, then EM for emphasis, then I for italic, know that, input, then label, and object, then Q, then output, samp, select, sub, span, text area, and TT, and var, time, strong, small, and script. So these are the inline elements in HTML. So you can see the inline, and these are the block level elements, and these are the inline elements in HTML. So now let me show you like how to use a class attribute inside a HTML. So it's actually fun and easy to use the same. Let's copy this and let me like paste it here, and let's go inside the body right now. Let's say I'm using div and ending with div. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a class which might be any name like city, and I'm going to write Paris is a beautiful city. So here the class is a attribute, which is a class attribute, so we can use it here. So instead of writing typing A and calling the A in CSS, you can write something inside the div, and you can add class and you can call the class. Okay, let me like show you. Link well is the style sheet, and href is a class.css. So I'm gonna have a class.css. So what's the div? Div is city, right? City. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add the color here, red, and background color is aqua. So now let's see what's happened. So I'm gonna call the class right now. Class.html. Okay, so let's save this. Let's call the class. So you can see this Paris is a beautiful city. So the letters are in red color, background is in aqua, which is a light sky blue. So what I did is I have used dot in front of the class, which is city. So instead of using AP, you can actually use the div, and you can actually use the class name, and you can call the class name in CSS by adding a dot in front of it. So this is how you add a class name. So now let's see like how to add an ID. Okay, that's nice. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create a internal CSS right now. Okay, and next what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add something inside a body, which is a h1 size file, and I'm gonna type apple. So I'm gonna give an ID to this apple. ID is something like fruit, and what I can do is I can change the color of the apple by using this ID. So I'm going to use a style for that. So we are using for a class like div class, we will be using a dot, right? For an ID we'll be using a hash. So you can use it in the external as well. Hash fruit. So everything is same. Color red, background color is aqua. Okay, I'm gonna type it as like id.html. So let's see the same. So you can see the color is red. So I don't know what happened to the background. Oh, it should be like a colon here. So you can see the background color is aqua. So you can use div, either div. For the div, if you want to call the class, you can use a dot in front of it. For the ID, you can actually use a hash. So next thing is iframe. So iframe is nothing but showing a website inside a website. Let's see that as well right now. So let's do it. What's an iframe? Okay, iframe. So iframe is showing a website within a website. Let's do it right now. So what I'm going to do within the body, so I'm gonna add something here. You can see a website inside a website. Okay, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add iframe, then I'm gonna add the source right here. Which is equal to like something like this. What in like use href? Will it work? Let's add a style. Let's add the height. Let's add the title. Let's add iframe. Okay, so now let's see if it's gonna work or not. Okay, so this is a box where the iframe should be working, but it's not actually working. Okay, it didn't work. So the app will actually refuse to connect, so it doesn't allow the embedding. But this is how the iframe works, guys. You can actually embed some website here. So this is iframe. So within a website, you can actually show a part of some other website. If you have a social networking sites like Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, you can actually show it here. So let me try like whether I can add a Facebook. Let's save this. Okay, the page has been blocked by the Microsoft. Okay, but it should work. So this is how to add an iframe. So the source file within the iframe, you can add it, and you can add the height and width how much you want it, and you can add the iframe. Okay, so this is the end of this tutorial, guys. So we have covered the most essential in-depth HTML, like I would say like around 98%. The only 2% I didn't cover is something which you won't be using by using HTML nowadays, because an additional frameworks has been implemented and you can do it like without HTML nowadays, like adding an emoji and so on. So this is what will be the HTML that you need to learn and you're gonna work in your future. So I hope I made this clear, I made this lecture clear, I made this class clear. So this is a live video, guys. This is not a pre-recorded video. This is not a multiple recorded video combined together. No, I was sitting in front of my computer for around, let me like see, probably I might be sitting in front of my computer around I think like around 8 hours, more than 8 hours. Wow, this is like attending a college right now for me. So I'm sitting in front of my computer for more than 8 hours in one sitting. I actually taught you whatever I know. So make sure to subscribe to this YouTube channel if you're watching my video on like YouTube, and make sure to leave a like to this video, and you can also comment your thoughts or something you know that I didn't teach. You can also comment it down. And if you're watching this video on like Facebook, you can leave a like to my Facebook page, and you can also follow my Facebook page with the same name, Absolute Beginners Coding. And you can also like the video on Facebook and comment your thoughts on Facebook as well. And if you're watching on Twitch, make sure to follow and subscribe to my Twitch channel. You can also comment there as well, and you can like okay, in Twitch you cannot like, right? So I'm in Facebook, Twitch, YouTube and Instagram. The Absolute Beginners Coding is the name of mine. So if you're watching this video, which is a recorded one, I mean this is a live video right now, I'm speaking live to you, but after the live has ended, if you're watching this video which has been stored in Facebook, YouTube and Twitch, feel free to skip wherever you want to skip, and feel free to pause wherever you want to pause, because this is an untrimmed, unedited video that's gonna stay on the Facebook, Twitter, I mean not in Twitter, actually Facebook, YouTube and Twitch. So for more videos like this, make sure to subscribe to the channel in YouTube and turn on the notification bell icon, and you can also follow and like my Facebook page for more videos on Facebook as well. You can also follow and subscribe to me on Twitch as well. So thanks for watching this amazing video, guys. So if you have any doubts, any queries, feel free to comment it on the comment section of Facebook or YouTube. I might be happy to help you with that. So I'll see you in another amazing video, guys. Thank you so much. Peace out. Bye.